Hey, I pressed that fateful button, so now I must begin. This is stream number 304 for me, and I'm going to be working again on world building tools. I was working on this on Tuesday, and I haven't worked on it since then. So, coming back to where we stopped on Tuesday, there were a couple rendering issues that I noticed. One I noticed on stream, and one I noticed while I was setting up the stream today that I kind of wanted to look into first, and then resume the work from Tuesday to build a tile palette, which I will use to more conveniently paint different areas of the game. And then if I run out of time, that's okay. If I don't run out of time and I run out of things to do, I should probably have something extra to do. After the tile palette, I'll probably want more tools to place items and NPCs in the world, right? So, and other things like teleporters. So, more tools to place entities and mechanics in the world, such as items or item templates, NPCs with or without dialogues, and what was the other thing I was thinking of? Oh, teleporters. Teleporters and other in-game events local to areas. My cat's meowing at me in the background. I think he wants to play right now. I was playing with him earlier, but then he lost interest. Okay, rendering issues. Let me describe what I was seeing. So, erasing multiple tiles quickly causes the rendering system to miss sending remove messages about them. Ran into this yesterday when I would paint a wide swath of tiles like that and then remove that swath. If I remove it quickly enough, we have these tiles here that shouldn't be here anymore. And the way we can tell, there's two ways we can tell they're not really there. I could, just like I can click on a spot in the game and see an entity, if I click on there, I don't see any entities. So the other way I can tell is if I move the camera out, away and then back, they don't reappear. So that's one bug. The other bug I noticed when I was logged in as a normal player of the game, and I stepped into a teleporter. So here I am in the game, and if I step up, I'll step onto a teleporter. There I teleported, and I vanished. So the avatar tile vanishes. If I move again, the default first tile shows up for the avatar, and my nameplate and health bar are missing, unless and until I actually pick a different avatar, and then it recovers it. So that I didn't know about yesterday or the day before. Now I do, and I don't know if it's related to this bug or not, but it's possible. I did some refactoring of the rendering system. I probably introduced a bug. And these are at least two of the ways we can see the bug. So, I think what I'll do is try to recreate the scenario in a test environment. I think the way to do it is, if we have a bunch of tiles here and I like delete them slowly enough, then we have no missing removes. But if I do them fast enough, I do. So I think what it is if there's two or more removes that happen between two rendering updates. That's my hypothesis. So I think what I'm going to do is set up a test case where we have two tiles and then update the rendering system, and then remove both and then update the rendering system again. And we expect them both to be removed by, I bet you, if I'm lucky, I bet you. Let's say I don't bet you. Let's say if I'm lucky, I'll see the problem again, and then we can step through the code and find out why it happens and then fix it. So, test-driven development, right? We'll make that the first thing of today. Actually, let me double-check my today command. Yeah, that still applies except for the link, so let me update the link part. And let me get the correct link from here. And do that. Alright, so we've edited the today command. try it out again, make sure it echoes back correctly. Yes. All right, cool. So, first task is attempting to repro rendering system bug. Tiles not removed. There we go. So, here's the back end of the game. Here's the test environment for the back end of the game. ECS test is for the entity component tests and rendering. So this is the tests that have to do with the game's rendering system. So let's put one at the very end. We'll name it removing 2 tiles. Actually, it's deleting 2 entities. Should remove both sprites. Deleting 2 entities within 1 rendering cycle. Really long test names that describe what we're doing. And then I think in addition to that, we'll have a comment that explains what we're doing. Let me take from one of these tests where we have a nice little arrangement thing. And it doesn't really matter which one. I'll just pick this one. Take the body of this test, copy it, and paste it here. And then I'm going to work on updating the documentation here. We begin with this arrangement. It's just going to be a camera, and let's have like ground. Let's just work with ground tiles today, and we'll say the camera has. It's not no ambient light. Has full ambient light, as in like that we're not in a dark area. We're in the outside world, so to speak. Not directional. So we just have a camera. Next no, hold on. The bug is deleting entities, so we're going to have 2 ground tiles. Let's put them on either side of the camera. Hey there, Nui. How are you doing today? Next, we remove the 2 ground tiles. The camera should be notified to remove both sprites. Both corresponding sprites. Alright, so there's not setting the light means it's full ambient light, and we're going to create 2 ground tiles. So ground is tile 3, right? I'm picking ground and not wall because really it doesn't matter, right? It shouldn't matter. So 1 to the left and 1 to the right. Sounds good to me. And then 1 camera, which is in the center. Oh, no problem, Nui. You were here an hour early, and because I should have started an hour ago, didn't start on time today because of a meeting I had that ran longer. It should be the last meeting that I have on Thursday mornings, and so I should be back to 10 my time, start time. But yeah, sorry about that. You're running a comment about sometimes buggy C code. Oh, I see. Yeah, explaining is hard. Especially if it's technical. I find I have trouble using the correct words, which can vary depending on your audience. Hey there, Epic Unknown. And Endurn, how are you today? Yeah, explaining something depends on your audience, right? If it's explaining to people already familiar with the situation, it can be somewhat easier and you can use more difficult terminology. But if you're explaining something like as a teacher, that can be really hard because you have to put yourself in the shoes of a student and only use words that the student should already know. Otherwise it goes whoosh way over their head. Didn't know I was streaming. Twitch didn't send a notification. I don't know why. Sorry about that. I didn't really get started that long ago. Endurance, you didn't really miss anything. Not that you... not that it matters if you miss something or not. I don't know. You're too slow and got ninja'd by others? Oh, so it's a competition? I used to feel that it was, like, bad if someone beat me to an explanation. Then I started to realize, you know, we're working together to explain something. It's not like, well, like, most situations it's not really competitive. And so I mean, if it was, sure, I don't get those points, I guess. But if it's not competitive, then it kind of saves you the effort of finishing your explanation if someone beats you to it, right? Hey there, Prof. Elements. Also, if someone answers first, then you can take the opportunity of refinement. You can refine their answer and add maybe an aspect that they didn't fully elaborate on. And then you're it's kind of the best of both worlds, because you're helping explain and you're also improving and assisting the other explainer. Yeah, this concept of being first. I mean, it's okay in a competitive environment. I think a lot of the times I tend to be competitive where it doesn't really matter. And I have to stop and realize, this isn't a competition. Like driving. Driving is not a competition. Most people aren't even going to the same destination you are, so why the heck does it even matter? Just, let the people who are speeding go by you. Of course, it could also be that I'm getting older and now I don't really care. And I'm one of those slow people. But hopefully I'd get into fewer accidents, right? Okay, so the act will be I'm going to remove some elements, right? Destroy entity. Ground 1. Hey there, Cthulhu. You're here early. Wow. Wow. I hope that's a good thing that you're here early. I know you've had trouble with my schedule aligning with yours. Okay, so here's the situation. Trying to reproduce a bug in the rendering system where we have a camera looking at 2 other tiles in the game and we suddenly remove both at the same time. So we should see them both disappear, but in the actual game, here's what's happening. We're getting some that are left over and we don't actually get told that to remove them until we actually leave them. And when we come back, they're not there. So it's like if I had 2 tiles and I quickly remove them, and this is a timing thing, so it's easier if I add a whole bunch and then remove them really quickly. You can see those ones are left behind. I can't remove them because they're technically already gone. The rendering system forgot to tell us about them. So I'm trying to reproduce that bug right now. You can sleep when you're dead. Oh yeah, but you won't sleep as well. I mean, you won't stay awake as well right now. Don't really consider competition, but it just took you a long time to write something for someone else to answer it first. Could just discard the message you worked on. When that happens to me, I tend to either, like, if it's completely duplicated, I mean, there's nothing I can do. I just accept the loss. But if there's something that I wrote it's a little bit different, I would still say it and kind of emphasize the part that's different, saying, in addition, this other thing. Reducing the bug by running a test. Yeah, I know, Kicksent, isn't it crazy? We're trying to do test-driven development today. So there are some bugs, and just like a new feature, a bug should take the development cycle process of first write a test to demonstrate what should happen, and then if it's a bug, we will demonstrate the test fails at first because of the bug. This is a new feature. The test would be demonstrating what the code should do if it had the feature, and right now it doesn't. It fails, right? Then I'm going to leverage the test to help debug and find out, given the test actually reproduces the bug, we can use it to find out what the bug is and fix it, and then the test passing demonstrates we fixed it. So I'm not an expert at this, so you're going to see me fail a bunch, but I always, in the recent past, have told people that when you fail, you are learning. Oh, guess who's here? To give me some good luck. Hello, Kitty! Yay, you got to the top of your tower. Yeah, you got to see his little paws as he ripped the edge there. He's going to give me good luck to find this bug, aren't you? He could care less. Have I shown this on stream before? I probably have. But look, congratulations. The cat does not care about you. He does not care award. I have that to remind me. My daughter drew that for me. The cats do not care about you. They only care about themselves, but they're cute. I guess there's some rate limiting. There shouldn't be, because the way that the rendering system works is every time an entity is removed or changed or added, it's marked in a collection that is persistent until the rendering system updates the second time. So there should be 2 things in the collection, and should say, okay, those 2 things don't exist anymore, so we need to tell the camera it's been removed. So I don't know why, we don't know, I don't know, I don't really have any idea why the bug is happening, other than that it seems to be when we remove more than one thing between two updates. So that's what I'm hoping to reproduce here. Just code already? Thank you, Endorn. Sometimes you don't know if the assert you're using is the best, but you do your best. I know. You have to do your best at asserting your best. Whatever. So, create the two ground tiles, create the camera. These two updates are important because this one establishes the cache for the tile sets. This one establishes the entities in the camera, and so they'll say, okay, new camera, tell it about the two ground tiles. That's all good and well. Then we say forget all of whatever was fed back to the camera up to that point, because this is the part we really care about. Destroy the two ground tiles, and then update the camera again. We should expect sprites update receive with remove of ground 1 and 2. Might not have shown this helper on stream before, but it's something I added when I combine the different messages the rendering system returns. So now what we expect to get is a single message called sprites update, and that is a combination of several things. If the camera moved, there'll be a delta X and Y. If there are sprites added, removed, moved, or updated, we will have lists of information about them. For a remove, the only information we're going to receive is the entity numbers, saying that those entities no longer exist from your perspective, so don't draw them anymore. Hey there, thanks for the follow there. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. C++, yes indeed, Guru Tricks. How are you today? Okay, so that is the test. I'm really hoping I can reproduce the problem. If I am successful, this test will fail. Isn't that weird? It's kind of backwards with test-driven development. You succeed if you get it to fail the right way. Then step 2 is you make it pass to demonstrate that you have fixed or completed the feature. And then the test remains as an artifact for you forevermore for regression testing, which is if the bug comes back, the test will fail again, and then we'll know, because we're good test-driven developers, right? We run all of our tests continuously, and if we have a regression, it comes back as a test failure, right? If run count equals 0, return false, else return true. Not that kind of test. That's cheating. Although a purist talking about test-driven development would say the writer of the test should try to get away with everything they can when they implement the code to try to make the test pass. But I think that is it's good for learning, but in the real world, it's sort of useless. Don't need the else. There you go. All right, so let's see if this test... Hey, look, it failed. Oh, look at that. Expected a 4, got a 3, mismatch for entity in remove. Actually, that could be because the order didn't matter. Okay, so this might not be a good failure. I don't really care about the order of these. If it's just the order that's a problem, then I'm going to be sad. Okay, good. Missing entity 4. That's exactly what I was hoping. So, assuming ground 1 is 3 and ground 2 is the number 4, which we could verify by just running that test. Let's do that now. Ground 1 is 3, ground 2 is 4. What the test is telling me is that we're not told that ground 2 was removed correctly. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Should have had ground 2 told us that it was removed, and it was not. Perfect. So we have our test, and now I'm going to debug the code to find out why we're not told about those two ground tiles. So let's go into rendering.cpp in the actual code where this is done. And it's in this one, update and remove sprites for cameras, right? At some point, it's going to say if a sprite was told to the camera and it no longer exists, then remove it, right? And we need to make sure both have been marked dirty. So let me put a breakpoint here and make sure that we get there. Couldn't that be inline on the... you guys are like beating that thing to death, aren't you? All right, let's run the unit test. Debug. Okay, so what's in dirty entities? Let's see. Dirty entities. There are no dirty entities. Okay, that's a problem. Oh, it might not have gotten to this. It might not have gotten to the act part of the test yet. So let's repeat and go first to the act, then put a breakpoint here and say go. Okay, where's dirty entities? Oh, there we go. So there are 2. Great. 3 and 4. Awesome. So let me step through this, I suppose. It's going to say this is for 3. This is the one we know about will be false, and so it will go to the camera and say that we have told the camera about 3 before, so it will remove that from the cache and then add 3 to the list of sprites removed. Perfect. Oh, there it is. Do you see the problem? That's the problem. The cursor is on the problem. Can anyone tell me what the problem is? Hey there, Ramy. Wowee, you're here. How did the Botland demo go? Ramy did a great thing for Adam, who is another streamer you might know of on Twitch. Very, very good streamer I look up to, is developing a game called Botland, and Ramy demoed Botland to a bunch of other people. It was very nice of him. How did it go? So anybody had any ideas why that's a bug? Went pretty well. People are really positive about the game. Didn't even have time to talk to everyone. That's awesome. That sounds so cool. I wish I could have been there. You missed the issue? The issue is that we have a camera and 2 tiles next to it on either side. They're both like ground tiles or whatever. And then we remove both of them. The camera should be notified to remove both corresponding sprites, but what's actually happening is the camera's only told about one of the sprites being removed and not the other. Mr. Halsey's got it. We exited the loop early. We are in a loop, and we did a return. Oops. This should not be a return. This probably is an artifact of... I probably had this code somewhere else, and when I refactored, I moved it here, and I neglected to remove the return. So what it's doing is it left the loop early, and so it only added 3 to the sprites removed, and 4 would have been next, but we returned early. That was it. You love when loops return early? Yeah, but it led to a bug in this case. In this case, the loop is for every different entity, and this was just one entity, so we returned and we didn't give the other entities a chance. You got to give the entities a chance to be told, to be heard. It can't just be the first one. We were talking about firsts earlier today. If you're first, you still have to let everyone go after you. If you just return after the first, and there's only one comment to a thread that says first, and there's no other discourse, that would be sad. Okay, did I not fix it? Is there another problem? Oh, it's an order thing, probably. There's a mismatch, so I might need to improve my test fixture here because it's sensitive to the order, and the order doesn't really matter. Unexpected entity. Wait a minute, what is this? Oh, it did 4 twice? Interesting. Didn't expect that at all. Let me see that. I want to see it. Let's go until I can see it. Okay, so to see it, it's captured in feedbacks. Here's the feedback, payload. Let's expand this so we can all see. It is a message with a client and server destination. It's like the envelope. So I'm opening the envelope. What's in the envelope? It's an object with the type will be string saying sprite update. Sprites update, right? That's the type. And then the remove is what I really care about. The remove should be an array. And the array should have 2 things in it. Oh, they're 4 and 4. Okay. So 4 was told to us twice instead of once. I guess we're going back to debugging. Why did it tell us about the ground twice? We don't know. Let's do this again. Debug. Third and I equals 3, while true, I plus plus print I. Might have just put the return in the wrong spot. It's possible, Kicksend. Talking about first, you got a game plan for first yet? My son is in first, and his team had a few of their tutors leave last season. And although the kids say they don't really need help tutoring, the parents said they do. So I'm waiting to hear back right now whether or not they really do need help. And if so, I might be helping mentor or tutor my son's team in the aspect of programming. He doesn't do the programming, but the team has got like a bunch of kids in it, and they each do different things. So there's a few that focus on the programming, others focus on the mechanical engineering. That's my son. He's the mechanical guy. I'll be helping his buddies on the programming side, maybe. They use Java, so I have to brush up on my Java skills if I'm going to help them. But probably they don't really need much help other than like if they run into some problem, and then I would just help them research it or teach them how to go about problem solving. That's usually what people need the most help on, especially if they're really self-motivated and driven, like the robotics teams usually are. Is they just don't have the experience to like really know what to do when they run into a problem. But when you get them on the track of how do you solve a problem, they probably do fine. Would think it's rather mindset help. Yeah, exactly. It's like getting them to think about the problem the right way, and then they just probably just figure it out themselves. All right, that breakpoint is fine. Now to this breakpoint we go. 30 entities should be 3 and 4 still. It's 3 and 4. So what happened to 3 is first, right? So it should be going into this sprites removed first. So sprites removed. Can I see the camera again? How come camera doesn't show up in my list? Do I have to put it in a watch here? Add camera, please. Oh, because we've left the scope of that. Oh well. So we've told one camera about it. I guess I could look at cameras. This cameras, if I really wanted to see it. There's only one camera, so it won't be too hard to find it. Here it is. It'll have a sprites removed, which should be an array, which should have one thing in it, which should, hold on, am I looking at the right thing? Wait a minute, why is it 4? That's not right. Shouldn't it have been 3? Oh, no. The type is integer, which is 4, and then the integer value is 3. Okay, got it. Oh, was I looking at the wrong thing before? Now I'm second guessing what I was looking at before. Anyway, let's continue. It should be on entity 4 now, right? And it should go through the same kind of thing. So now this should have 3 and 4 in it. Use Lua for backend game systems? I do. I have found it very convenient when I am debugging the game scripts that I can rapidly change them and deploy them in the game, even in the production system, without having to recompile anything. So scripting language like Lua is perfect for that. Once I get the game systems relatively stable and I don't need to modify them anymore, or if I need better performance, I will port them or write them in C++. Like this rendering system. This is not in Lua, it's in C++ because it's very intensive and would be too slow in Lua. The side effect of it is I'm having to recompile the server in the test framework here to work on this bug. If this game system was in Lua, I would be running this in the live game here and just be testing in the game, or in the Lua test harness that I have, and it would be a little bit faster. So it's kind of a trade-off. I like Lua for rapid development for early prototype stuff, and then once it's solid and I just need to make it run faster and I don't need to worry about constantly recompiling, I'll then do it in a compiled language. That's just me. You're hitting a wall with finding the name of a tool in which you can connect blocks with wires. How about Splicer? Or what is it called? The wire wrapping tool? Yeah, Splicer. Why not? I'm terrible with names. Don't listen to me about names. You've seen me on stream. I do not know how to pick names. Okay, I was looking at this wrong before. The type integer happens to be the fourth thing in the enumerated type, but I need to actually dig in and look at the integer value. 3 and 4. Okay, so it was correct. Then what the heck is going on with my test framework here? It's saying that there's a mismatch. It expected 4 and saw 3 instead. And then it said, oh, well, then there was another 4. Maybe my test framework is broken. I bet it's my test framework that's broken. So that would mean that I had a bug in the code and I had a bug in the test framework. Surprises I'll never cease, right? Let's go into this expect and see that. Debug. Okay. Step into that. Oh, I hate you, debugger. Why can't you just step in? Oh, there we go. Okay. So expect sprites. Ah, man. Kill me now. No, don't. Just kidding. All right. Sprites updated. Should be empty. Sprites removed is a... Oh, don't vanish on me. It should be a set with 2 things in it. Yeah. Wait a minute. Why is there only 1 thing in it? There's only 1 thing in it. That's not right. I thought you just... Endurn, you were looking for finding the name of a tool, right? So I was just thinking the name Splicer sounded cool, but I don't know. I was thinking like of, you know, the game Terraria where you get the tools where you can connect wire in the game to automate stuff. And just the name Splicer came to mind. I don't know if that's a good name or not. Endurance said, chat, help me. I am hitting a wall with finding the name of a tool in which you can connect blocks with wires, e.g. connecting inputs and outputs. And I thought, how about Splicer? How about that name? Don't know if that's what you're looking for, though. Okay, the color of this might be wrong. Wait a second. Is it because I'd have 2 levels of list here? Is that what I'm doing wrong? That actually might be it. It's a sprites report group, which is an unordered map from integer to JSON value. Oh, shoot. That is what I'm doing wrong. Okay. This is a map entry, and this is the entity, and that's the corresponding JSON value. For remove, it's the same. And there are 2 of them, one for ground 1 and one for ground 2. It's not that it's order dependent, it's that to make them independent, it made it into an unordered map. Pass Raimu, thank you. All right. So to verify that that's why we were failing before in the correct way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stash the change that actually fixes the bug. So a little bit of Git magic here. So I'm going to first stage the unit test change. Oh, I didn't change the front end changes before. Let's just index those 2. So I'm going to index everything except for this is the bug fix, removing that buggy line, right? So they're all in the index, and I'm going to do git stash -- keep -index. And wouldn't you know it, that does exactly what I wanted. Undoes the bug fix. So I'm going to verify that the test fails now. And then hopefully will fail in the correct way. Yes. Missing entity in remove. 4. Nice. So then I do git stash pop to get it back. And verify that the bug is fixed. And then I check it in and I mark my GitHub issue done. And I'm 1 step closer to fixing all the bugs in my game. I only have 156 or so right now. Now I have 155. Whoa! Drunk with power. Fixing bugs. So that wasn't this issue, it was the other one, right? No, it was that one. So actually, before I mark this one fixed, let me try it in the production, and not the production, but the actual build of the game. So this is ready to go, right? I just build. And, yep, pin this output, because why not? And that'll take a moment to compile. This is why sometimes it's better to have your game systems in Lua, because if it was in Lua, I wouldn't have to sit here and blather while it's compiling. It would just be done. 155. Actually, how many do we have left? 157. Okay, forgot. I lost count. So I have 157 open issues. Now we're going down to 156. But of course, I'm probably going to find 3 more bugs today and fix 2. So the number only goes up. The number only goes up, but you can't lose heart. At some point, you'll say, well, oh, 100 of those no longer matter because they're an obsolete feature that they're buggy. Just cancel the feature. Done. Then it'll just be like any other company. Okay. Okay, it's done. So the way I have this set up, I run it from this shell, hit Control-C, it actually kills 3 different copies of the server, and then I run the script that updates the code image that's going to be used when we run it. So then we update it, and then we run it again. It launches all 3 copies of the server. The servers are now reading the game state into memory, and they're reading their game state into... Come on, guys. You can do it. There we go. And then they're caught up to they're caught up as a cluster, and we're all good. We're back up and connected again, right? Yes. So let me go back to this area we were testing this bug in and try to reproduce it again. Hopefully it won't be possible. I quickly erase them all. And let's try again. Quickly erase them all. Yep, it's gone. We have fixed it. If there are any of the stragglers here, it's because I'm moving the mask too quickly and it's actually skipping some of them. Let's make an exhaustive test. I'll just paint and then erase quickly. Yep. So I can't reproduce the bug anymore. We'll say that it's fixed. If it really wasn't a real complete fix, I'll just reopen the bug later. That's what we do. It's called software development. Interp the mouse positions. I could do that, but really I don't really care if I skip over something while I'm painting. I'll just paint over it again, so it's not that big a deal. Thank you for that follow. Label the bugs as a feature, and then I could become AAA. Exactly. You know it. You know it, Guru Tricks. In fact, you get a point for that brilliant insight there. All right. I'm in a loopy sort of mood. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm fixing bugs. All right. This kind of worried me yesterday. I'm like, holy, what happened to my rendering system? It was flawless. And it was at the end of the stream, and I was like, oh, shoot. And look, it was just one line. Usually, that's what happens. The most irritating bugs in software are either one line that's wrong or one character that's wrong. And then they haunt you. They haunt you until you find it, and you're like, I had to spend a day trying to find one wrong line in my code. And look at all this, actually, I don't want to check those in, but look at all the whole test I had to set up just to fix one line. Okay, so fix bug number whatever. It had this title in it. What was the number again? 253. Fix bug 253. This is the title. And remove accidental return from inside the loop, which gathers change information about entities for cameras. Yep. Okay, so fix bug, and the short version of this would be removals being dropped. There we go. Commit. And now I wonder if this will also fix the other bug, the teleporting issue, or if that's something different. So what I do is I mark it as awaiting release. Because the bug does technically still exist in production, I wait until I deploy the latest code into production and then close the bug. And this also gives me a pretty cool way to gather my release notes, should I actually do that. One of these days I'll do that. Where I can go and I can say, well, show me all the things awaiting release. And then I just form my release notes out of this list before closing them. Isn't that smart? If I was smart, I would actually do that, but I'm working on it. All right, so the next thing is the character avatar vanishes. That's the next thing. Maybe this will be really quick because it might be the same bug. Current task, attempting to repro character avatar vanishing bug. All right. Let's actually see if it still happens. So here I am. I'm having fun in the game, right? And I step on a teleporter and... oh, nope. This bug is still there. I have vanished. Where am I? If I move, I become an axe-wielding maniac. I don't want to be an axe-wielding maniac. I want to be a wizard. I can do that by just changing my avatar to something else and then back. But that's not ideal. Really, I should maintain my avatar even when I step through a teleporter. So to repro this, we'll have to arrange where the camera gets moved, right? And really, it doesn't get moved that far. So we'll shift the camera. In reality, how many spaces are we shifting it? Let's see. There I am in the GM, and yeah, so we're only shifting 2 tiles to one side and then up or down 1. I might as well just repro it exactly. We're teleporting from one side of a wall to another. We'll even put the walls in there because that's ideal because the place we're teleporting to isn't currently visible, and that might be why we're seeing the bug. Actually, a way to test that would be just to remove those walls, right? Remove the walls. Now I can see where I'm going. Perhaps this will fix the bug. Oh yeah, look at that. So it's only when there's a wall in the way that our avatar disappears. Look at that. Okay. So I have a good idea now how to write the unit test to reproduce this bug. Hey there, Radon90. Let me catch up on chat. I didn't say hi to a lot of people. Warcried, how are you doing? Currently trying to fix a heap corruption bug? Oh, I hate those. Those are the worst. Stuck for a day and a half? All the simple solutions you have exhausted? You see no path save you? It gets better, Warcried. You just reached the bottom. You know, everyone hits bottom at one time or another. Software developers hit bottom when they find a heap corruption bug. So there are many ways to climb out of that. It depends on your style and your experience. So, for example, trying to reduce the problem down, like basically strip away features or settings or state that probably don't have any impact on it. Verify you still have the heap corruption bug. And you're like, okay, now my problem is simpler. And you can keep doing that process until you get it as small as you can and still have the heap corruption bug. And then maybe you'll find it's a bit easier to debug. Another thing you might try would be to go to a past point where you're pretty sure the heap corruption bug wasn't there, and then see what changed. And maybe you try, they call it bisecting the history. So you try the midpoint commit between those two, and you see is the heap corruption bug still there. Try to pinpoint what did you change that caused the bug to happen, and that might give you some clues. Some other people like just heavily instrumenting their code, so make every single memory allocation and deallocation tracked, and then just study it, like look for weird things there. You might also clamp down on how memory is accessed. So you could move stuff off of the heap, move some of your heavy allocations onto a special memory management alternative other than a heap, and then see maybe you can reproduce the corruption in some other environment. I mean, there are lots of ways you could do it, right? You're still unsure when the change occurred to change the size of the heap. The bug seemed to appear when the thread is accessing the parts it should not. Yeah, there are two, in my mind, there are two of the worst kinds of bugs are heap corruption and threading issues, because number one, they're very hard to reproduce. Sometimes, like, it's just random. It matters on the exact sequence of events. And with threads, it's really hard to predict the order of things with threads. I would say threading issues are even worse than heap corruption, because it's really almost impossible sometimes. It's like you try to reproduce it, and then you can't get it to happen. You lucky you found it now? Yeah, so heap corruption bugs are bad in a different way, and that's, you really don't know when the bug happened, because it's not when... Your program doesn't crash when you corrupt the heap at the moment that you did it. It does it sometime later, and then you have to consider, well, how long ago did the heap get corrupted? Was it the last function call? Was it 100 function calls before? It's really hard to know, and that can be maddening when you're not sure where to look. Where to look for that needle in the haystack, right? And I missed some other hellos today. I missed Red Sky 1. I'm sorry about that, Red Sky 1. Oh, that was just a couple minutes ago. Okay, so it wasn't that long ago. And Romania. Oh, I see. You said wave. How's it going? How's it going? It's okay, except for I miss people's hellos, which I really feel bad about. And then Slick Fur also said a hi. Hi. I think I'm more likely to miss chat where it's just a hi because, I don't know, it just slips through the cracks for me. Just use a time traveling debugger. That, if you have such an advanced tool, that's awesome. I'm assuming you're meaning a debugger that can wind itself backwards. Because then you could take the address around where the corruption happened. You can just wind it backwards until you actually see that address being touched. Another way you can do it is if it's always the same address in the heap, or it's likely to affect a certain address range, you can set a special kind of breakpoint where it breaks on a write access to certain memory ranges, and then you might be able to trap it happening. Looking in which you can draw something like this. What is this? What are we looking at, Endurn? Draw something like this. You mean like a tool that can draw such a diagram? But with custom blocks? Oh, wait a second. What is this for? I'm missing the... Let me look at the whole context of what you're saying. Oh, I missed a bunch of chat. You want... Hold on. You want to create a configuration file based on a field of devices which are connected with each other by the user in some online user interface. Something like those music programs where you can connect the output of a filter to an input to another filter. Then for devices, serial ports and stuff like that are connecting them. Need to be able to configure your own blocks. Looking... I don't know. Put blocks on the screen and connect them with wires. I've had to do a similar thing in the past, and I just write something custom because I don't know of any convenient thing out there that you can use to do that. And yeah, there's probably stuff out there, I just don't know. Actually, there are a couple times I had to do it. This kind of thing you do with audio filters, and also I did it with hooking up noise functions to make custom noise composites. Similar concept where you're making a composite function network. And I don't know of a common name or a common tool for that. Is there a framework which already does the heavy lifting? The only things that come to mind are Max. Have you seen Max? See if I can do a quick search for that. Max MSP. Yeah, it's got a weird website, Cycling74. They have a screenshot of it? I don't have really a screen. Can I see images for Max MSP? Yeah, so it's for like setting up advanced audio filtering, but you can use like some of the toolkits that come with it, I think, for like just open-ended, like each box represents a function or something. Yeah, it looked like this. So you can have a box that represents a function, and it can have inputs and outputs, and the GUI that you get with Max MSP does the heavy lifting of connecting the wires together, as long as you conform to their API. And their API, I think, is pretty audio buffer focused, so it's like buffer in, buffer out. So it may not apply to you, but I don't know. It's maybe something to look into. Something like that. That's the only thing I know of that might be applicable. All right. Attempting to repro. I did repro that. So what I'm gonna do is attempt to well, I'm still attempting to repro it, but in a unit test environment, right? So that's what I'm doing. Yes. I hope you find it, Endurn. That would be cool if there was like a general purpose library that just like did that, and you could fill in like what boxes mean and stuff. That would be cool. The other thing I was thinking about was there was a tool from Microsoft Direct Show called Graph Edit. I don't know if anyone's heard of that. Direct Show Graph Edit. So it looked like this, where each box was a filter, and this also had a complicated API. Both the filter itself and then what they call the pins or the ports on input and output also had their own interfaces. But this tool called Graph Edit, if you got your code to fit into these interfaces, it would let you instantiate your code in here and then connect it to other libraries, essentially other programs that fit into Windows overall sound APIs and actually both video and audio APIs. This one example, they're showing reading a WMV, a movie. So this is the video decoder, video render, audio decoder, audio output device. And yeah, their tool also lets you connect pins together and look at the properties of individual pins. But again, it was very focused on audio, video, multimedia stuff and wasn't maybe not general purpose enough. Okay. It sounds like a cool project to do in JavaScript, wouldn't it? Then you could put it online, license it, and be famous. Maybe. Who knows? All right. So this one would be teleporting to other side of wall should not make character disappear. Need some serious JS skills for that? Hey there, Rally Monkey. And Doran, I think it wouldn't be that hard, because what are we talking about with drawing one of those things? Let me look at that link again, right? Let's break it down a little bit. So you might need to learn something like Canvas or WebGL, or just use an existing library like Pixie, right? All it really is you're drawing boxes, and the boxes have little squares on one side or the other, and then you'll have to have a click handler, and then when you click and drag, you maybe be drawing some kind of arc. And you could just, like, I remember doing a really primitive version of this. What I just did is I would draw from the pin you clicked on to wherever the mouse was until you release the mouse button. If you happen to release the mouse button near another box, it would just persist a line between the two, and then there'd be an in-memory representation of these boxes, and there would be some way to reference between the other ones. Like you would set, like the clock can have a reference to what is providing it its input, and that would be output of sequence 1, box 1, something like that. So if you break the problem down, you have two smaller problems. One is to represent this kind of structure in data structures in memory or JSON objects or something like that, to represent their associations. And then the other problem would be doing the graphics. I think the graphics wouldn't be too hard. It's just drawing boxes and lines and responding to mouse clicks. There we go. iGrox found it for you. JavaScript framework for visual programming and creating node editor. Of course iGrox finds it. iGrox is the best at finding stuff. Look at that. I'll give you a point and say hello. iGrox is like the cavalry sometimes. Comes in with the answer, and that's the first thing they say in chat. All right, teleporting to the other side of the wall should not make the character disappear. So an arrangement like, we need to have a wall. And I suppose we'll have, actually I don't think the ground is important. Let me confirm this. Let me remove the ground from the destination point. Boop, it's gone. Let me remove the ground, right? Still disappeared, so it doesn't matter if the ground is there or not. I like confirming problems before I do the unit test, because that means I can narrow down the problem. So where there is just a wall, and next we teleport the camera to the other side of the wall. So the camera moves to there, and the wall doesn't move. The camera should be notified to shift the wall and Actually, it should be notified to shift, which moves where the wall should be drawn, and to update, actually to move its own avatar back to the center. Right? That's what it should do. Didn't know what to search for? That's sometimes my problem too. I try to put words down in the search engine and input box about what I'm looking for, and sometimes it's just like, no, I don't care about these things. Are the same words, but they're not what I'm looking for. You know what the worst is? When you're trying to look for something and the words you're using are like popular in some completely different context. And the only things, because of search engine optimization, it keeps drawing you to those irrelevant things. And I can't think of an example, but you know what I mean. Like, let's say you have a singer who's really popular and their name is Johnny Symbol. And then they're so popular, like everyone's talking about Johnny Symbol, right? And then you have a problem like, well, I don't know how to debug this symbol error. And so you type in debug symbol error, and then like the first 90 hits on the search engine are, when is Johnny Symbol touring next? Pictures of Johnny Symbol. What does he like to eat for breakfast? All these things. It's like, give me a break. I can't remove the word symbol because then it's just debug error, and then there's no context. But the moment I put in the word symbol, I'm getting all these hits for the wrong thing. That's what happens to me, and I hate it. Like, you probably had the right words to search for, but the search engine was not bringing you to the correct solution because there were too many different contexts for the words you probably searched for, right? All right, so enough talking for me. We're going to have a wall. I think, let me look back. Wall equals, which entity was I using? I was using tile 2 to represent wall. It's important because in the way we set up the fixture for this, number 1 is always a light, which blocks other light. So it's like a torch on a wall. 2 is always a wall. 3 is ground or something else. Whether something is a wall in my game depends on this visibility bit mask. So, for example, I can't see through that, right? If I were to go and modify the bit mask for visibility and set that to 0, oh my gosh, I can see through walls now. It's because it's not really a wall anymore. It blocks visibility. I almost gave walls light there. Now they block visibility, again, like they should. It's all in this visibility column. Everything with a 0 means you can see through it. Everything with not a 0 means you need special capabilities to see through it. Same thing with access. The access is also a bit mask. 0 means anything can move through it. A 1 means you need to be able to walk to move through it. A 2 means swim. 4, I don't remember. 8 means you have to be able to pass through solid objects. So to pass through one of these squares, you need to be able to go through solid objects like a ghost. You need to be able to swim to move through water tiles, that kind of thing. So for example, if I set that to a 1, now I can't see through the wall, but I can walk right through it. Yay. Actually, while I'm here, what happens if I step on that teleporter? It also vanishes. So that it's not that we could not see it, but that we cannot see it after the move. That's the bug. Anyway, let me fix this again. We want people not to be able to walk through walls. That's important. Old or recently discovered. Is this a new bug? No, it's a new bug. I didn't see it until this morning. That walking through the teleporter, we vanish. I don't know how long it's been a bug. Probably it was introduced when I refactored the rendering system last week. I'm wondering if I should remove these toasts because they're friggin' annoying. It's like, yes, I know I updated my profile. All right, back to this. So, create a wall. Let's put it at 0, 0, because the wall will be our anchor. And then we'll put the camera on 1, 0, and then move it to negative 1, 0. So moving is a set entity component of type position. That's a move. Everybody knows that, right? If I asked someone random on the street, in the game Omni Arena, what is a move? And they said, oh, of course, everyone knows a move is a set entity component of type position with the entity, and then the component has to be a JSON object which has X and Y coordinates. I'd be like, oh, yeah, of course. Of course everybody knows that. Right? You knew that, I knew that, everybody knows that. What do I set for depth, though? It's whatever depth this is set to, right? 1. Okay, that answers that. So we move the camera to -1, 0. It was at 1, 0. And then what do we expect? We expect an update with sprites updated, right? So the way that works is we get a sprite report group and then a delta x delta y. So we need a delta x of -2, right? And then the group will consist of the camera, and it will be that its position got updated. And I don't remember exactly how I did this, so I'm gonna have to cheat and look it up. I'm gonna look for this symbol elsewhere in the test framework. Yeah, so it's everything about the tile itself. Actually, then I don't want update. I wanted move, didn't I? Move. Hey there, Toulouse. You didn't know that. Of course you knew. You're just being modest, Toulouse. Toulouse knows all. Of course. All right. I'm gonna search for this. Why figure it out when you can just copy paste, right? Yes, so the ID is gonna be camera. Right, and it says what position relative to the camera? Well, it's on top of itself, right? There we go. That will hopefully reproduce the bug. That's what should happen. That's probably not what is happening. Either that, if this passes, the bug might be in the front end of the game, in the JavaScript. No, it missing entity 4. Okay, so that's the problem, right? We are not getting a notification that the camera was moved. Actually, let me look at exactly what are we getting here. So that's weird. It didn't put my cursor down there when I did that. All right, we're going to look at what do we see in the feedback. Feedbacks. There's one piece of feedback. It's a message. And I'm going to drill down to see what's in the message. Body. It is another object. The type should be a string, which says sprites update. How come sometimes you mouse over it, you see it, and other times you have to look there? It's a sprites update. Good. Pizza's done. Enjoy your pizza. Enjoy. How do I make this work? Pizza. How come it's not doing it in the right window? Pizza. You will enjoy. It's like, if we all chanted that, then it would be true to form. Cthulhu eating pizza. You will enjoy. The tentacles command it. All right, I expect the move to have something in it. The problem is it's probably empty. Yep, array of size 0, so that's the problem. We did not get any indication about the camera moving when it did. Did we get anything for update? No, no updates, no moves. How about remove? No removes. And add. Are we getting the add? No. So basically it pretended like the camera didn't shift at all. So yeah, that's a problem. The camera entity should have been marked as dirty, as in needs to be considered for announcement to the camera. Even though it's to itself, it shouldn't matter. It's not like it's high and mighty and doesn't care about anything about itself. It should be included. So let's see what went wrong there. That should be the same kind of place here, actually. In this update all and remove sprites, it should have saw that the camera entity was dirty. Actually, let me debug to this point here first. So hit debug, it'll go to there, and then I care about what is dirty entities the next time we get to here. It's empty. Okay, that's bad. This set entity component type should have marked it as dirty. So I guess I need to debug that then. Let's repeat. Do over. I don't care about that breakpoint right now. What I care about is dirty entities. So let's go into that thing. Go to there. And let's see. It should find that there are position components. It should find the one for the camera. It should find out where it was before and where it will be after. Remove where it was before. See if it has a tile. Add it to the new index. And here it should... Wait a minute. Where is the... Oh, is it inside on entity touched? So the entity is 4. And this is what? Copies of what it used to be and what it is now. So let's see what it used to be. Can I... That's going to get in the way, isn't it? I can look at it here. Let's see what it used to be. It used to be an object with a position. X and Y are really the only ones we care about. The X was 1 and the Y was 0. So it went from 1, 0. That's what it was. And now what is it now? That's in component. Very cool names. Horrible names. Don't ask me to name things, because I will pick horrible names like component and component entry second. It should be like previous state and next state or something like that. Those would be better names, wouldn't they? All right, so it moved to -1, 0. Correct. So basically, it's going to mark the entity. It should mark the entity twice and also potentially mark the 2 positions in the game where the avatar was and is moving to. And that's because if the avatar were to affect the visibility of other cameras, it would then require that those recalculate their shadowing and all sorts of things would need to be done. In this case, though, I really only care that it should have added the entity to the... It should get to here. It should add it... Ooh, it didn't. Oh, I think I know what happened. I didn't give the entity a tile component to begin with. This create camera doesn't create a tile component, does it? No, it doesn't. Dang it. Okay. The camera has to actually have a tile, otherwise this whole thing doesn't work. So let's see what I have to do for that. I just... What? Make a tile out of what? Just a tile and tile set, maybe? Minimum? So grab these 2, I guess. And then, yeah, after I create the camera, I gotta do components, create entity, create component of type. Type, which is tile, entity is camera, and then JSON object. And I think the only things that really matter here are the tile and the tile set. So I'm isolating just those things like that. And what tile and tile set do I pick? Doesn't really matter. Let's pick 2. No, 2 was wall, right? Let's do 3, which doesn't block light. And then tile set, I think I need to use... oh, there it was, actually. Tile set is the entity for tile set. Okay, cool. Fix that problem. Slice of pizza. Oh no. Toulouse. Did you lose your sub to Adam, or is it the space is missing? Yeah, because it's a Unicode character, right? So you need a space after that. Yep. You're too hungry, you can't share? What? Actually, I think the problem is you could share, but your tentacles are in the way, right? Your tentacles are all hungry as well. They've grabbed all the pieces of pizza and devoured them. All right. So let me repeat this test. You like that one? I've read a little bit of H.P. Lovecraft. I got the book right here. And it's not because you watch me of Cthulhu, but I've had this like within reach of me for the last like 200 streams. I got that for Christmas last year. Yeah, no way. I haven't finished it, but yeah, spooky. Just import food into the computer, copy pasta, not paste, right? Pasta, hungry, multiple times and export it again. If only that would work. I could get myself some food without even getting up. All right, so it's failing for the same thing, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, we're getting a remove. and missing the move. So it told us the entity no longer exists for some reason. Let's find out why. Probably don't care about that, but I care about running through, not this one, not that one. Running to here and then going into here and seeing what's going on. So let's see. Go into that. Tried shoving pizza into a cup holder in your computer and it didn't work. You gotta try the DVD slot. The DVD slot is where the pizza goes, right? Okay, so the camera is marked as dirty. Why is it being told to being removed? Is the camera not in its own sprite set? Is that possible? Updated is true. So then, oh, was it already put into the remove set? Probably. Let's find out. Cameras. Second. There's something in added and removed. Did they both get added and removed at the same time? Is that what's going on? That would be funny. It is an array. What's in the array? Ooh, yeah. It's being both added and removed at the same time. It is an object. What is the ID? 4. Yep. So it's in the add set, and I bet it's both being added and removed. So that's the very definition of a move, which is why I have a special one for moved, but this one didn't somehow escape that. Okay. Yeah, so it's in the add and in the remove set. Interesting. And it's happening here, so let's repeat this process. Remove that breakpoint. Go to there, and then when we're in here, set a breakpoint for here. Go. Okay, entity 4. How are we telling update sprite for camera? How are we both adding and removing it at the same time? Let's see. Is it in our entity tile cache? Yes, it is. The tile change is false. It did not. The tile itself did not change. That's good, because it shouldn't. Only its position should have changed. So get its direction. The direction should be 15. That means all 1 bits for all 4 cardinal directions, which in my game are the diagonals. You thought that they were left, right, up, down. No. Directions in my game are up, left, up, right, and down, right. At least in terms of tile direction. Okay, camera. Right. This is saying, have we told the camera about this sprite before? And the answer is no. Wait a minute. No, the answer is no. Okay, that's a problem. Oh, no. This is saying, is the camera new? Is the camera found within the new camera collection? No. Yeah, that's correct. It's not a new camera. Okay, could the camera see itself before? False. That's problematic. That's a problem. So that should not be false. It should be true. It should have itself as a sprite. Why not? Can see it should be true. Yeah, that's at least correct. So that's why we see the add, because it thinks it didn't tell it about it before. Why are we getting the remove then? Wait a minute. There's only one dirty entity, right? So does that mean that it was already in the remove set to begin with? Let me check. Sprites removed. I kind of hate having to dig down into this. Oh yeah, it's already in there. Weird. Let's go back and do this again. So that means it was already in her even before we got to this point, right? Okay, where are you? Cameras, there we go. Second. I mean, this could be worse. I could have to write code to print this out. At least I can get to it. It's just really inconvenient having to dig into these structures like this. Okay, so it's before we even got here that we already slipped up. So there were several things before this function. There were so one of these messed it up. Which one could it have been? Maybe this one. Process position is affected by vision change. Actually, the way to tell would be we will reset, go to that point, and then within this list of functions, we'll just see after which point does the remove set have something in it. Actually, let me think if I can make a watch that makes this a little bit more convenient. Probably not, but let me see if I... Okay, what if I did cameras index server ID equals 85 client. Actually, what if I just do 8515? Does it let me do that? No. It tells me function specifier and context operator not supported. Not supported? That's the worst thing a tool could say. The tool is basically saying I'm not good enough to do that. Okay, so what would I do then? I guess I can't do a watch. I'll give up. I just have to do this manually. So every time I hit go a step, I'm going to have to dig down into this. Oh, that's interesting. The sprites removed is not even a valid structure. Okay, so when I go one step, still not valid. Calculate dirty light maps. Light maps. Detect new and remove cameras. Update camera component caches. Update old... Oh, it's update old cameras that did it. It made it into an array, and the array already has something in it. So this is the culprit. Update old cameras did something bad. Can I just look and figure this out myself? Probably with shift I can. It was a shift after all that happened. So what would shift have done? Remove missing sprites from camera? Let's see. Entities to remove. So we look at all sprites we've told the camera about. Oh, yeah. It would have found itself in this set, but not this set anymore. Right? Let me not presume. Let me repeat the test and get to that point. So we don't care about that anymore. What I care about is first hitting the update systems, and then I want to put a breakpoint right here, and then go. Okay. So sprites by position, there are two of them. There's the wall and the camera, right? So the first one we're going to look at is the camera, right? And what's in there again? X1 and X2. Oh, because we've shifted already. Yes, we've done the shift. That's right, we've done the shift. So the camera will be at 2-0, like where the camera was is 2-0, because we moved to the left. Or do I have that backwards? Right, the camera from its own perspective is always at 0-0. So when we shift to the left, now where the camera was is x equals 2, y equals 0. So this will be the whoops, come on. This will be the camera entity, 4. So this one will be the wall entity, which is 3. Okay, cool. And then this other 15, that's the direction thing. So basically, they're not directional. They're not directional. Or is that what sprites by position was? Entity list. They're directions from which they may be seen. Yeah. Okay. So it's taking, what is this? Oh, okay, it's calculating where it is. Well, why are we adding the current camera's position to that? This will be what, -1? Maybe the problem is in this math. Let me think about this. So, we've already done this shift. But it's using the old vision map, right? Here's the vision map. The vision map, if it was old, then we would not be able to see -2, 0. What's on y equals 0? No, it's the new vision map, right? Because we can see all the negatives, but we can't see any positives. So it's using the new vision map and looking at the sprites it could see, but from the perspective of the new vision. So that's why it's saying it can't see it itself anymore. Hey there, Strothy. It's going okay. I'm getting into the nitty-gritty details of what's causing this bug right here, where you move and then you vanish. I'm gone. No, there I am, but I look different. And finding out that the problem is due to it thinks that I'm still sitting here, but now that I'm behind a wall, it says, oh, well, you can't see yourself because you're behind the wall. And oh, by the way, you're here too. And it's just the order of those two events, I think. Hey there, Jackamus. How are you doing? Stealing data, or also known as copying, is what Nui said. All right. I'm trying to remember, what's the purpose of doing this? Oh, this is assuming the sprites didn't move. So maybe what we should do is before doing any of this, check to see if it's dirty, and if it is, just skip it, because then it should show up as a move and not a remove plus an add. Right? I'm doing okay. I'm actually pretty happy today. I got into the swing of things really well today. It's probably because it's not a Monday. I started a little late today because I had a meeting that pushed my schedule, out of whack, but I started a little late. It's only been like an hour and 22 minutes, or normally it would have been 2 hours and 3 minutes in. My guess is that because we're going to handle marked entities later anyway, we can just skip it if it's marked. So I can say if dirty entities dot find camera dot this is a bad word. It shouldn't be pause. Let's call that sprite. Sprites by position entry. And then I'll give real names to these things. So this will be entity is that dot first. And then the other thing is pause. And that is a reference because it's not a simple type. And that's that second. And then instead of saying pause first everywhere, I can just say pause. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? And it would be fewer characters. And then this... Where is it? Did I go too far? I went too far. Undo. I just wanted to do the ones in this function only. I might need to do this a similar thing later. Okay, and then the second is... Oh, wait. Did I have these backwards? I probably have these backwards. Right, it's the position is first and the entity is the second. And it's not just the entity, right? It was an entity list. So it should be entity list. That's why we loop through them here. Oh, right. So I can't skip it up here. I got to skip it down there. And so actually in both of these places, right? So in both of these places, I skip it if finding the entity results in seeing not seeing the end of it. I always hate this clumsy way. Whenever you do a find in a collection in C++, the answer is always an iterator. And the way they designed it is if the entity is not in the collection, the iterator you get back is the end iterator. It's like a special placeholder saying, it's not here, end. So not equal to end means we found it in the list. If we find the entity in the dirty entities list, then it's going to be handled later by itself, and we should not presume that it's removed. It might have been moved. So I will, actually I can just reverse this logic saying if it's not marked as dirty, then go ahead and mark it removed. And the same thing here, right? Right, this is where we could see it before, but now we can't because it doesn't intersect our vision map in the directionality. This is where tiles can face away from you. So I should just go ahead and do it here, right? Only if Only if we are not dealing with it separately, deal with it here. Okay, so position second is entity list. There we go. If you prefer, you could do dirty entities.count, but wouldn't count go through the entire collection? How does that work for an unordered set? This is an unordered set, right? Oh, it's a map. I've been meaning to make this unordered map. But yeah, would count of a position just do... What would the big O notation of that be? Would it be the same cost as searching for the position, or would it actually iterate through all... No, it wouldn't have to iterate through all the positions in the collection, would it? Ah. I kind of like that, iGrok. I'm gonna give you a bunch of points for that. Points, iGrok. I'm gonna say that's worth 3 points. Let me do that. Because I really hate this way of saying it. So you're saying instead of doing this, I can say if the count of the entity is 0, which actually makes more sense when you read it, especially if you don't know the language, right? You can kind of figure out that it's saying the count of this inside of that. It might not be totally obvious, but once I explain that this is the collection and this is what we're searching for, they'd be like, oh, okay, this thing we're searching for, the number of it, the count of it, if it's 0, it means we couldn't find it. Ultimately, what I'd like to have is if, I don't know why they didn't do this, but it should be like if missing or something. It's a fruit fly. Missing or alternatively not has. Right? That would be optimal, but I'll go with count. And I need to start applying that pattern. You're pretty sure that's 01, right? Okay. Perfect. Although that's true for an unordered map. For a map, it's going to be log n, right? Try in place, but that would require it to be mutable, right? Feed that fruit fly to George. Actually, oh, where did the cat go? Where's the cat? The cat left us. They'll probably be back. Basically the same complexity as a find. Yeah, so it's on my list of things to do. I didn't know how to make stuff hashable, like position. So now that I do, I could make this into an unordered map because I do not need sorting in this container. If you ever need your keys to be sorted, use map and set. If you don't need them to be sorted, you use unordered map. You have a different burden for your key. Unordered map and set, the key has to be hashable because the underlying thing is presumed to be a hash table. The ordered version, it doesn't need to be hashable, but it needs to be comparable with the less than operator. So less, like, put them in an order. So this is the way I've been using it, but the better way, if you don't need them to be sorted, the advantage of unordered map is, since it's a hash table, is if the optimal case is there's no collisions in your hash table at all, and so the find finds it immediately through its hash code. Whereas with this kind of a map, it has to do, worst case, a binary search, like if the number of things in the map is n, it'll be the natural log of n is the worst case, or the best or worst or average number of times you have to look until you find it. If you're going to use the iterator, then find is the right function. But if you use find, you can use the iterator as a hint for the insert. Yeah, that's if I was inserting. This one I'm not. I just want to know, is it dirty or not? Is it dirty? No. Okay, then we're going to handle it here. If it's dirty, it's handled elsewhere. Hopefully this fixes the bug, but I need to make sure it doesn't break other things. Because we're basically saying, hey, we're not going to mark it removed here, so something else better needs to do it, right? Yeah. Hey there, Tim Badette. How are you doing? I'm doing very good today. I'm very happy. Although my day started out kind of slow, Had a meeting that got in the way of me starting my stream, but now I'm happy. World building tools, yes, but also doing some bug fixing. You guys should check out Tim's stream. He is helped in his game development adventure by a cat, a dog, and a bird, whereas I only have a cat. And a noisy dog who sometimes helps. And a snake who doesn't do anything. But he's also working on his own game with his own game engine, also in C++. Do you have a full-time job on top of this? No. Right now, this is my solo adventure attempt to build something and possibly make a career out of it. Or maybe just, figure something else out. But right now, I'm doing this half-time. The other half-time, I'm a stay-at-home dad. That's what I have recognized that is true for me. Did some controller checking this morning. So yeah, if you're new here, there's this link. You can see what my stream is about. But essentially, this is the game I'm building. And let's get rid of these annoying toasts. In this game, you walk around in a little 2D world. There's like test particle effects here. There's not much game content yet. I'm working on making my own game with my own game engine. So the engine itself is still under development. So any content in the game right now is for testing purposes. But that doesn't mean you can't play it. You can play it. Just go to omniarena.com. There's a link to the game that I'll put in chat. And you will end up there. You walk through that magic door, and here you are in the game. And that is not another player. That's actually an NPC. If there were other people playing, you'd see him walking around here. There's not much to do other than to try out some of the test content that the engine has to offer. So you can talk to some of these NPCs and get them to do a few things. There should be monsters in this area of the dungeon. Actually, there's one right there. But usually this NPC goes and immediately slaughters them all. I don't know why he's not fighting them yet. They're maybe not close enough to him. Oh, there he goes. Thwack. And pow. Chop. So, you can join in now. It's a multiplayer game. It's hosted on Amazon Web Services. You play the game through your web browser. You just go to my game site, and it's running the front half of the game in your web browser. Mostly just a view of what's happening in the server. A lot of that is in C++ and Lua, and the way it gets to your web browser is through a WebSocket. In C++20, there is contains, which reads better, but it's also templated, so you do contains standard string view on a map, skipping the construction of a string. That sounds C++20. It sounds like it's using a lazy construction approach, right? Or skipping the construction completely by just checking some kind of constraint to see if it's in a view. I think ultimately you would need to have to construct the thing you're searching for because it has to be there for checking, right? I don't know. I'm not the person to ask about C++20 stuff. So yeah, the bug I've been working on is simply described as when you step onto this thing, which is a teleporter, that we vanished. Even though over here we can see in the game master's point of view, I am standing there. We just can't see ourselves until I move, and then it's showing the wrong icon. So I've reproduced the bug in my test environment here, where we say, here's the camera, here's a wall, now teleport the camera to the other side of the wall. We should see that the camera is notified that we shifted 2 squares to the left, so that's how the wall gets drawn on the right instead of the left, and that it's moving its own avatar back to the center, because there's actually 2 things that happen. There's a shift to the right, 2 squares, and then the camera has to be plopped to the left. And they're notified in the same message, but there really are 2 different things. We move the camera, and by the way, the camera can see itself, so it has to move too. So we reproduced the bug, and I'm trying to make sure that I fixed it correctly. I think the fix is that because the camera is marked as being changed because we moved it, it should not be checked during the call chain that's dealing with the shift itself. So that's involved in removing the ones that are no longer in sight because of the shift should not count anything that's marked as dirty or that changed during the shift. And I'm hoping that fixed it. Yes, okay, it fixed it for this test case, but what I'm worried about is it might have broken some other test cases. So I am going to find all the rendering tests and just run them all. Actually, they all passed. Okay. This is good. So if all is well, then I can rebuild the release build of the game server, which includes the rendering system, hard-coded in, and update the test environment and see if the problem goes away. So again, the problem is I move on top of the teleporter and I vanish. And if I move after vanishing, it doesn't know how to draw me, so it just picks the first tile, right? So this is the before, the buggy before, and then after this is done building, we'll try the after. Oh, so the string view just does the hash only. But it still has, you still have to construct the thing you're searching for so that you can get its hash code. The view is only really concerned about the hash code. And, well, what if there's a hash collision, though? It does, yeah, I think I'm with Tim. It sounds neat, but I think I need to learn about these views first. I remember something about views, where was it? Oh, database programming has views, right? So you're not just fetching a table from a database, you have a view into that table, and that view includes some state like your cursor, the search parameters, etc. And there were tricky ways to express that in different languages, right? That deal with the database. Like the view itself is like an iterator. And you may or may not be copying the data from the database. You might just be kind of like a lens looking at the database a certain way. Just think of a string view as a character pointer and an offset. Yeah, so it's like a lens or like the word implies, view. It is a way to see the container to either find or not find what you're looking for. Well, that sounds cool, though. Yeah, I will also have to read more about that. I'm going to take Atomic Nibble's message and add it to the reasons why I should move to C++ 20. Is that a side project? Yes. Learning C++ 20. Let's put that on the list here. So I have reasons and resources for C++ 20. Before that, I wanted to do C++ 17, and I have a collection of things that are cool about C++ 17, or things I don't know, that when this list gets long enough, it'll give me starting points on what to study, to update my knowledge. All right, that built, I don't need to stall anymore. Not that I was stalling before, but you know, I'm going to update the code and serve it again. Orchestrator launches, it launches the 3 copies of the game server. The game server's all reading their state from hard drive into memory, and then one will time out and then vote for itself for a leader, and then they all agree that that server should run the game, and then we're back up and running. And now I'm going to step through the teleporter and, oh look, it's fixed. Yay! Should I just declare it fixed and then move on? Or should I test other things? What other things might happen in a shift? We might move around obstacles. So let me move to the special area I have here for testing different lighting things. So here's the directional tiles thing, right? It's easier to see that in the GM view. So I have 4 tiles set up here that are directional. These 2 can only be seen from the left, or, you know, at or to the left, and these can only be seen at or to the right. That's why I can't see these 2, because we're to the right, not to the left. The moment I step to the left, then I can see them. If I step too far, though, I can't see the 2 on the left anymore. Same thing with this light, by the way. If I go around the corner here, I can't see the light, even though I'm standing right next to it, because the light is directional. Let me try to change the direction of the light to make it appear to this camera. So I would Control-click that one and change its direction to 15. Now I can see the light, and I change the direction back to 3. And this is what I was trying to get at with world-building tools. This is one of the world-building tools I wish I had. To change the direction of a light, right now I have to go into the tile component of that light, go into this little bit called the dir, and change it, and it's really a bit mask. So I have to know the bit mask. I need to know that it goes with the dir component. Oh, that's broken. Okay, we broke that. I think I know how I broke that. See how it did a stringify of the JSON? Okay, well, that's something else we'll have to fix today. But yeah, I have to know to go into this dir field, dir. And I have to know that it's a bit field and all this in order to get the direction to update. So it's this edit dialog. When I hit submit, it stringifies it an extra time by accident, right? I'll have to fix that. That's a front-end issue. Here's a cool thing. I can only see through the wall because the GM is standing there. If the GM moves, I can't see through the wall anymore. Or let me demonstrate this. Look, the GM allows me to see through the wall because he can be seen through. Little test of the rendering system and how it works. I have rules that say that if any tile allows the passage of light, then it trumps anything that blocks the light. So that's how I do things like putting a window in a wall or opening a door, even though the door is set in a wall. So in this case, the GM tile is serving as like a window through this barrier. And we step away from that, and the wall takes precedence. Kind of cool, right? It's also a good thing for me to test right now to make sure I didn't break. So the directionality works, the windowing works, barriers still work. What about moving a barrier? So let me stand on a place next to a barrier. How about this one up here? Like that. So there's a casting a shadow. Actually, it'd be better. I like this tree actually better than that. Okay, so there is the tree there. Let me move away. So that the tree is casting a shadow. And if I pick the tree and move it around, it'll cast shadows in different directions, right? Oh, the tree is blocking the light there. That's why we couldn't see these tiles up here. As long as I can explain everything I'm seeing, then we're good. I think we're good. This tree is blocking our vision, and it's also blocking the light in that direction. So like if I put it there, it's still blocking that tile, but if I move it up, now we can see that tile there. Okay, I think I'm going to call this one fixed. So going back to the GitHub, right? This was the title of the bug. It's 255, which is hexadecimal 7F or binary 7 ones. Isn't that a coincidence? It's little things that I remember. Okay, so fix bug number 255. There's the title. All right. This one is oh, I'm being raided by CM Griffing. Hey there, Chris. How's your stream? You need to be streaming later than me so that I can raid you. I feel bad that you raid me so much and I don't get a chance to raid you back. I guess I could raid your gaming stream later. Hint, hint. But hey, guys. If you don't know CM Griffing, you should. The stream parrot overlay is what I use on my stream. Doobie raid, yeah. So, CM Griffing works on this overlay, and he does that live on his stream, and he also works on marketing stuff, and he also has a gaming stream. Don't raid the gaming stream. You don't want me to raid the gaming stream? Then, because it'll force you to go affiliate or something, because you'll have too many views. Yeah, one of these days you'll go later, and I'll get to raid your development stream. That's true. But thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm working today on... I'm fixing a few bugs, and then I'm going to be working on improving the tools that I use to edit the world in my game. For example, the fact that this light, for example, right here, shines to the left and not to the right, is buried in here in this bit field here, 5, which is 1 plus 4. So to shine to the right instead of the left, that would be 2 plus 8, which is 10. Now it's pointing to the right. So I need to have an improved UI for that. Maybe even build it into the mouse what do you call it, gestures. So like as I'm placing the light, maybe I can drag it to the left or the right to make the arrow. Something, it needs to be better than just memorizing these bit fields. And other things like painting tiles, I had to go to this tile sets thing, select a tile, and then I can paint here. And if I want to flip between this tile set and maybe one of these, like decorations, it's a lot of clicks where I'm like, okay, let's put a tree here, but now I need to go back and put the ground, which is here, around it, you know, and then, okay, I need to put another tree, so back over here, and it's kind of clumsy. So what I'd like to have is a palette where I can say, I'm going to be using trees and ground and walls, and put those three things into a list, and also mix that with moving tiles so that, and so for example, on this screen, I can move a tile like that. I can move it around now. I would like to mix moving and painting. So my idea starting on Tuesday was to use some of this unused real estate here and have a palette of tiles that we build from this screen. It'll appear here, and then I can like click on ground or tree or wall or whatever I have selected in my palette and be mixing painting and also being able to move things around like that. So before I'm getting to that though, I'm fixing some bugs we found on Tuesday. So let me repair the world here. And I was just checking in the last bug fix, right? So this was a bug where if you can't show the bug anymore because we fixed it, but the bug was that if I step through a teleporter like this one down here, that we would not be visible. It would just vanish. We would vanish. We would cease to exist from our camera's point of view. So we fixed that. The other bug was from yesterday. Actually, you might remember this, Chris. The bug where if I painted a whole swath of tiles like that, and then I erased them really quickly, that we would end up with some holes. No matter if I tried to erase them or not, they'd still stick around. That turned out to be a problem with an errant return function, an errant return. So can I show that? I can close this temporarily. I think Chris will appreciate this. Some of the worst bugs happen to be a single line that's not in the right place. So there was a return here in the code somewhere in a loop. So it would handle the first erase, but not the second. So the only way you could handle two erases was to have one erase and then have it leave the loop and then do the second erase, and then you're fine. But if you try to do two of them at the same time, it would do the first one and then return early. So yeah, the worst bugs sometimes are a single line or a single character is wrong, right? And so that was the bug fix. And the unit test to demonstrate it was this. We have a camera with two ground tiles, and we simultaneously remove the ground on both sides, make sure that we get both ground things marked as removed. And we were saying, no, only one of them was, and that led me to the debug it here, and I saw this return, and I'm like, oh, I know what the problem is. Does anyone in chat know? And then someone in chat got it. So the bug I'm about to turn in, this one was a little bit more complicated. It had to do with that there are two places in the rendering system that we realize that we should tell the camera to remove something. One is where the camera shifts and the thing leaves our field of vision. The other is where we don't shift and the thing just vanished on its own. And when the camera moves, two things happen. You both shift and move the tile itself. And so it was actually getting into the remove set and then into the add set simultaneously. Because once it's removed, then the next piece of code says, oh, well, you didn't see, it's not there in the set, so let me add it back in. And then it was confusing the front end. We were getting both a remove and an add, and it said, oh, okay, I'll just remove it. So the solution was to only remove it if it's all not marked for updating itself. So if it's not already marked for updating, we'll remove it. If it's marked for updating, then we'll let the code that handles the dirty entities, the things marked for updating, we'll let that figure out what to do. So in this case, the proper thing to do is to do an update, not an update, a move. Not to remove, not to add, but just move. Move the camera tile to make sure it stays centered, even after a teleport. And yeah, I've thoroughly explained that bug. Now let me just finish checking it in. If you guys have any questions, let me know. If you think I'm talking too much, you can tell me to get back to work. I don't mind. Rendering, what's this? Rendering rendering regression. Yeah, rendering regression. Fix right. So we're gonna say entities that may have moved would be reported as removed by accident if the camera shifted. Since moved entities are already marked for later processing, skip them in the part of the code dealing with camera shifts. So that's the fix. So I don't want... These front-end changes are the palette stuff I haven't finished yet. So those are staying unstaged. We're staging... This is the real bug. I also did a bunch of simplification here. Pause first didn't make sense. It wasn't a good word. The better word is position, and that's the first. And the second is the entity list. So I did some refactoring as well there. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Hey there, that noob and Sene. How are you? And let me give a wave to our raider, CM Griffing. And Atomic Nibble, I forgot to wave to you too. I have a little stream helper, if you don't know, that I run. It looks like this. And the little hi column shows a little wave if I forget to say hi to someone who chats. I don't call people out who are lurking, but if you chat, then I take it the liberty to wave to you. Trying to smash some bugs too. It's always a good feeling when you fix more bugs than you create, isn't it? So I'm going to say that, let me copy this into the clipboard, because I'm going to put that into the GitHub issue. Commit that, and might as well push it while I'm at it, and I'm going to go into the GitHub and paste what was in my clipboard, which is the explanation of what went wrong, comment, and then I don't just close it because I have not pushed this fix to production yet. What I like to do is mark it as a waiting release. That way when I push something to production, I can then go through all the things that are awaiting release, and here are my release notes. Isn't that convenient? All right, we're moving on. We're done with bug fixing today, I think, unless another one crops up. We fixed these two bugs. Now I want to return to developing a GM tile palette. And that had to do with the changes I was in the progress of making on Tuesday that I'm not finished with. So there's area reserved on this panel here, marked to do. This is where I'm going to put the palette. So there are really two big parts of this work. It's putting the palette here and making it functional. And then there's the construction of the palette in the first place, which is I need to have some way of like maybe a column here with checkboxes saying I want to put this on the palette or not. Some bugs lurk, that's true. I just wait for them to rear their ugly little heads, and then we fix them. The talking's great in your opinion? Hi? Okay. I don't get a lot of feedback, so I might deviate a lot between focusing too much on work and not describing what I'm doing, and then the other extreme of just over-explaining something and not working. And I always appreciate the feedback if you guys have it. You don't have to tell me directly. You can leave an anonymous note in-game or in GitHub, post an issue later. There's lots of ways you can give me feedback, but I just want to let you guys know that I'm very open to feedback, positive or negative. I always try to get the useful information out, even if it's negative. You can tell me that I'm a jerk, that I talk too much, and what I'll get out of that is, okay, talking too much. And then possibly I need to treat people better. So don't worry about giving me feedback. Okay, let me do the palette first. Let me find where I put that to-do thing in the front end. The front end of the game is written in React. So there is a React app in my workspace. Let me find it. Player console, here it is. The source of that, the React part is under views. And the views are split between the various areas of the screen. This area is called the, that's actually under activities, because modals is pop-up boxes. Like that is a pop-up box called a modal. So a non-modal is an activity. Panels are the things on the right here. So the panels is what we look at next. and then entities, and that's why it's marked modified, because that's what I was working on. So here it is. Here's the div I have set aside. And I've done the CSS so that that div sits inside a flex container, which is a row, and we give it a little bit 20 pixel margin so that so this is the flex row. This entities list is first, then there's a 20 pixel margin, and then the rest of the screen is devoted to this palette. And the way I do that, you can see this if you hit F12, for example. Any website you can do this on, and you can like inspect this, and you can say, oh, that's a div. And if I click it, I can see that it is flex, which would be a hint that it's inside of a flex container. So this div here better be a flex container. Flex container is always display flex. The flex direction, if it's not present, I think it means it's column, so it's like down. Actually, I can never remember. Anyway, I usually explicitly say row or column. Row means it's left, right. Column means it's up, down. So row means that its child elements will be arranged one after the other in a row. So the form comes first, and it's kind of, I always like this, how you can click on or highlight a block in the HTML, and it shows you above here like what area of the screen that block is contained within. So that's the container. You see it extends all the way to the end. The form is only using what it needs, and the trick to do that is in this flex, you say 0 for its share of the major axis. And then the div, I wanted to take the rest of the screen space, so I say 1. The units are arbitrary. It's just the children, that you take the units of the children relative to each other. So if this first one is 0 and that one's 1, it's basically saying the div, you have it as much as you need. No, the other way around. Form, you have as much as you need, but no more. But div, you have the rest. And that applies to how you resize. So if like they were both set to 1, I can illustrate this by just making this a 1. Let's do that. I make that a 1. Now as I see how as I resize this, the to-do moves, because it's trying to give equal share between, a more or less equal share between this form and then this div, which I can see there, that form and that div. They're trying to give it equal share. Now if I make the div like a 2 or a 3 instead of a 1, I have to double click that, right? And put a 3. Now it's giving more weight to that div. So the form still has more than it needs, but the div gets the most share. So that's how flex works in a nutshell. At least that's my understanding of flex. You web devs out there probably know a lot more than I do, and that's fine. I accept that. I learn from you guys. Put that to 0. All right, so do I have to enter there? There we go. I don't know why. Not really comfortable with these tools. So instead of the to-do, I want to have, I suppose we'll just make it a flex container that can wrap. Just all of the different tiles that I've picked to go into the palette was probably fine. You've been struggling with flex all day long. You pulling your hair out. Well, hey there, glass half dome. There, you probably already know about it, but just in case you don't, there is Flexbox site. Whoa, that was too big. CSS tricks. This is what I've been learning from. If you haven't walked through this, maybe at least give it a try. If you're a visual learner, I think it really helps because it kind of shows you visually what does flex direction mean, what does order do, what does wrap do, justify content, what does it all mean? So you kind of visually see what things mean. It might help you out. But if you have already seen this and it didn't help, well, it might help someone else. Who knows? It's not perfect though. I still mess up a lot. I am the weakest in CSS amongst all the things that I use in this stream. CSS is the worst for me, which probably explains why this doesn't really have good UX. Anyway, the div. I think I just want to make it a flex container containing tiles, which I have as a separate React component. You've been going on that page a lot today? Yeah. I've been there, and I'll probably be there again. The hardest thing for me is I can't remember these symbol names, like grid-template-columns. Either I'll forget the actual name, or I'll know the concept. No, I'll know the concept and forget the name, or I'll know the name and I'll forget what the concept is. Like, I don't know what template columns is anymore. It just doesn't click with me for some reason. Maybe it's just you have to do it long enough and you get you get into a groove of remembering what things mean. I think it might also be that CSS doesn't really have a whole lot of structure. It's more heavily concept, like driven by layout concept and design, and you can't really see that in the markup. Whereas in HTML, you can see the structure. It's evident in the nesting of the elements, and then in a programming language like C++, you can kind of envision a flow, right? And there's conditional flow sometimes. Otherwise, it's just a recipe: do this, do that. But in CSS, there's neither flow nor structure here. We don't know what order these things will be evaluated in, and there's no real structure beyond that. A class has some attributes attached to it. So I struggle with that a lot. Maybe other people do too. I don't know. Don't feel bad if you struggle with stuff like that. I think that's okay when you use so many different languages and switching all day. Yeah. The other thing that happens to me is when I'll switch between languages, I'll do like in C++, it would be like const auto variable equals value. But in JavaScript, it's just const variable equals value is the closest equivalent to that. And then in Lua, it's local variable equals value. So, of course, I get the variable equals value part correct all the time. The thing is, when I switch languages and I have to remember which one has auto in it and which one is it const and which one has local, I screw that up sometimes. It's very amusing. Thank you for that follow, whoever that was. I didn't miss who it was. You can also try SCSS. Yeah, that's on my list, isn't it? SCSS. No, it's not. I should probably put that on there. I thought I would find it here. Let's make that a side project. Overall list. Yeah. Learn or check out SCSS. And I'll remember it was that noob who I should give credit to. To be the first one that made me look up my notes to see if I had listed it, and yeah, thank you. Lessons SCSS are just the same with different syntax. Oh, you mean that other the other hit that I saw? I don't even think this is my notes. This is Adam's notes. Yeah, I have Adam's notebook in here too. Yeah, it's not my notes. These are my notes, and then the ones I can't show. Yeah, the notes we were just looking at, those are Adam's notes from Adam13531. He also, like me, shares his public notebook, and he has a lot more stuff than I do. Okay, anyway, let's just make every tile available here for now. So that means I'm gonna want a couple things. I want to make this some kind of flex container. Entities, panel, tile palette. And then that will make a flex container here. So it's display flex, not flag. Why did I type flag? And then we want okay, here's where I'm gonna when I'm not sure, I'll just look up flexbox again, and that's interesting. How come it doesn't always there, it is the first link this time. It's not always the first link or the second link. I want to set the wrap, don't I? By default, it will fit on. I don't want that. I want flex wrap, don't I? Yeah. So I want flex wrap. And then while I'm at it, let me put a margin between all the children. So that, I like to use this trick. All direct descendants that are not the first child. Actually, wait a minute. If it wraps, this will be a problem, wouldn't it? If I did a margin left some pixels, it'll put a margin on the left even for the first things on the next line. Maybe I should compare with what I did for the character panel. The character panel had a similar thing. It also has a flex container, and that wraps. What did I do there? Avatar selection, right? Let's see what I did. Avatar controls. No, it's not that. Not the zone list. Well, thank you for that follow. Oh, wait a minute. It's not character panel. It's profile panel. I'm sorry. Here it is. So we make a bunch of divs, and what do we do with them? It's down here. It's a tile set tiles. What does that look like? Ooh, it's not in the CSS, or where is it then? Oh, maybe I could reuse it. Wouldn't that be cool? I could reuse something? Maybe. Oh, you can put margin directly in a flex thing? Oh no, that's the container itself. So oh, I'm doing it with padding. You know, that's probably a better... Okay, let me just reuse this. That makes more sense to me. Why make it specific to the entities panel when I can just reuse it? So we'll just say that this is a tile set tiles. And similar to how this works, we're going to build the actual list of tiles somehow. So let me just steal this code. I steal you, code. And we're going to say that this is palette. And then up here, right? Const palette equals this stuff. Okay, so I can't do that anymore. You know what I can do is I can reach into all tiles for all tile sets. So this part should be the same, right? Except for I don't want these on clicks yet. And I don't want selected tile yet. Actually, I could do that. If I know what it is. Let's see if I don't. One of the other panels knows this. The one where I do the drawing. This one does, because it's whatever I have selected here. That's the selected tile for painting. So how does the tile sets panel know that? Tiles panel, how does it know that? Is it really just that? Selected tile? What does this mean? Oh, that was just some kind of check. Wait, where's the on click to select it? That would be in the JSX, right? There should be a on click. Oh, there it is. On select tile. Okay, so it's just updating these two. So I just need these two, and I'll bring that back into here. Selected tile and tile set. And then those two... I'm doing a mix of technologies here, right? You might have seen this before if you've done React. This is technically not React. This is Redux, React, Glue. Or, I don't know. I think Glue is the best term. So it's taking stuff from Redux, from the state or store of Redux, basically a variable that a reducer would have returned, and saying, well, I want that to be a prop for a React component. So map that thing from Redux into a prop named that. And so that is given to a special composer or higher level component for React that is in the glue called connect. And what this does is it takes a React component, and then, like the name implies, it connects that React component with stuff from Redux state and dispatch, and makes them props for that component. So when I list selected tile and selected tile set, and then connect them, that I can add them up here under selected tile set, and then where this entities panel is in the JSX, doesn't need to list these props because those props are injected by this connect thing. Their values are taken from Redux. Very magically, by the way. It's like they just exist out of nowhere from the JSX point of view. You just have to remember that it's not this React component directly. We are wrapping it with something which is adding props from Redux. The two kinds of props we will add are just state variables. So these are the immutable variables that are the current state. So we can't change them. We can only get their current values. If we want to change anything in Redux, we do it through dispatches, which are taking a description of what we want to change and saying, oh, go do it. Go do it, Redux. And Redux will hand it to all things that are called reducers that are registered with Redux for the store that you have. And those reducers just say, well, okay, that action means I need to take the current state and then change the selected tile, for example. And that's what happens. It will then cause React to re-render the component because we have that as a prop for the component. And it will then pull the updated state on the second render. Kind of cool, huh? I only know it from like a beginner to intermediate level. I'm not an expert, but let me know if it doesn't make sense. I'll try to explain it more. I enjoy explaining it. So this is where we would actually select it. I'll need to remember that. In fact, I'll probably want to pull both of these into... Actually, they're already there. Wait a minute. Am I not using them yet? Or am I already using these? Oh, no, I'm not using them. I must have pulled that in yesterday, or Tuesday, and just not using them yet. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. So, down here where we're building the palette, I want to show all tile sets right now, right? So, do I have all tile sets? I do. And we're not using them yet. So that's the key, is we're going to iterate through the tile sets. We're going to... I need to do this at 2 levels because for every tile set, there's now an internal array of tiles within that tile set, right? Can you have a map return the results of another map? Or do I want to do a reduce? I think I do. I want to do a reduce, don't I? And the reduce, the previous value would start as empty. Does that mean I don't need these things either? It's just tile set, oops. Just tile set reduce, right? And then the current value. Oh, wait a minute, it's a callback function that's first. Okay, so wait a minute. I think I need some examples to understand what I'm doing. So I'm going to go to dev docs. I'm going to go to JS, and I'm going to type in reduce. Okay, so... Okay, so you don't mutate the previous, you construct something new. All right. Is that the best here? Because won't I just end up doing spread syntax? This might not be the best. Wait a minute, what's going on here? I see. I want something more complicated, like where accumulator is itself an array. I wonder if they'll have something like that. Okay, here they go. Here we go. Oh, you can mutate it and just return it. I see. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, so reduce. This will be. What are we calling it? Tile palette. And then what's this? Okay, it's the next thing. So it'd be tile set. And then that gives me some code. And then the next argument is what? How come this isn't helping me? What's the next argument? Why is it showing callback function? Right, then it's the initial thing. So the initial thing would be empty array, right? Like that. Reducers, redux are hard to understand at first. Once you understand it, mind blown. Yeah, that was my experience too. All right. So this guts is going to go in here at some point. I think it's palette. Actually, don't I want to just then reduce all of the tiles in the tile set? So it would be this would just go to tile set.tiles reduce and another level. That would work, right? Like that. No, like that. Okay. So this level of reduce, it would be, again, palette. And it's a tile at that point. And then here's where I want some code. And then the initial thing for this is tiles, a palette. So that matches that. And then when it reaches here, we're going to add to the palette one of these divs. So palette dot how do you add to an array? How do you add to an array? Array. How do I add to you? Add to the front. Is it just not unship? It's push, right? Push. Push that. Can I push a JSX? I have no idea if this works. We'll see. 2 levels deep reduce. I can't think. This just seemed natural. This just seemed like the way to go. But maybe I'm getting myself into trouble. What do you guys think? I need to take the tile. Okay, it's selected if 2 things are true, right? It's selected if the ID is the selected tile ID. Okay, the ID is tile.id. And if it's tile, okay, and this should be composite of the tile set and the tile. So we'll do tile set.id dash tile ID for the key. And this is if that's the selected tile. And actually, let's put this one second. The tile set.id. Do I want the plus? I don't want the +1 there. Equals selected tile set. Actually, and that might be a structure. I'm not sure. Aha, it is. Okay, so that should have an ID as well. Yes. Selected tile as well? Selected tile. Is that an ID or an object? It's just an ID. Cool. All right. Then tile from tile set. So the tile set is just tile set. You actually just do I have to say tile set equals tile set there, or can I just say tile set? I think I do have to do that. And this is tile. I don't know. Let's see if that works. Actually, that won't work because it did not import that one. So why is that there? Oh, that used to be something we used. We don't need that anymore. Okay, got it. All right, so import that from 1 level up, 2 levels up. I think 2 levels up. I don't know. Let's see. And then in the GM view, we're going to see this. Right here. Oh, no, we got an error. Can't read property ID of null. Okay, let's see it in the better view. pull out the dev tools and then reload again. Okay. What is null? Tile is defined. Is it not tiles? Is tile set not defined? Tile ID is 1. The tile set is defined also. Maybe it's selected tile set. Yeah, okay, selected tile set's null. Okay, so I need to do a nullish check. Okay, a nullish check before that. What line was that on? 284 of this one? Okay. So it's that these have to both be null, not null. So a bunch of these have to be ANDed. So selected tile set not equal to null, and selected tile not equal to null, and those other two. All right. Repeat. Okay. Cannot read property push of undefined. It should have ultimately been an array. Why was it not? It's undefined. Oh, I misspelled it? No. That's interesting. What about on the previous call stack? So their palette is not empty. It's actually an array with one thing in it already. It's on the second thing that it screwed up, looks like. Oh, I didn't return it. Ha! I need to actually, after pushing, I have to return it. There we go. Okay, does anyone know if there's an easier way to do this other than having a nested reducer? I mean, it works, right? So if I click, let's say I click the lava, right? Now if I go back to here, lava will be selected. So the next thing to do would be to handle the on click to actually select a different thing from the palette. But I mean, is this the right way to do it with 2 reduces, or is there a better way? Because what it is I have one structure with all I have one array which is this array of tile sets, right? And for each tile set, you can see I have an array of tiles. So it's like an array of arrays, and so I'm reducing the outer, and then for each inner array, I'm reducing that, and basically accumulating tiles to put into the palette from those 2 levels of reduction. But maybe there's an easier way to express it. You could just do 2 maps. Would I have to, how would I collapse the inner maps? How would I chain the inner maps together, though? Because the inner map would return a whole array, right? Then I'd have to be mapping arrays. Wouldn't I have to be... Can you concatenate arrays together? I guess you just do spread syntax, right? Actually, I'm not sure how I would do it. Assets.map t to tmap. I think you'd end up with an array of arrays, though. And what I want to end up with is oh, you're saying I think you're implying that React wouldn't care between an array of arrays and a 2-dimensional array and a 1-dimensional array. It wouldn't care. I think what you're doing is fine. You can concat arrays too. I'm kind of interested. Let's see how I would do this with map, because I'm still learning this JavaScript stuff too. So let me copy that, comment it out, and we'll do the map version of this. So it would be, you're saying I would do map tile set to tile set dot map tile, which then goes to the inner div, right? So I just do this like this. Maybe that's cleaner If I get this syntax correct. So that's 1, 2, 3. And then, actually that might be, if that actually might be better. I was just concerned that I would have, that not flattening the array would be a problem. Tileset.map is not a function. Oh, because I need to do tileset.tiles.map. Yes, Toulouse is right. Okay, that worked. Which one's more readable? This or this? I think it depends on whether or not you're comfortable with nested arrow functions. Actually, I'm already doing that. I think I like this one better. I'm gonna give that noob some points. That noob, I'll give you 3 points, and then 1 point for Toulouse for noticing the problem with the tiles being missing. We're gonna go with what that noob recommended. Thank you very much. Although it was useful to understand how reduce worked too. Yeah, I didn't like how in here I had to repeat the word palette 4 times. Actually, I had to say the word palette 6 times, didn't I? Whereas here I only needed to say it once. And React flattened the array for me, so we're all good. Okay, did I miss something? Or am I good here? I think we're good, right? Oh, I didn't test to make sure I can, like, a selected tile is still selected. Let me pick one from a different tile set. That one. Yeah, that works. Reduce is nice to aggregate, map just to iterate. Yeah, since I'm really just iterating it, then it's more appropriate, right? Yeah, I kind of remembered that React was smart like that it would flatten things. Like if it wants either an element or an array, and it gets an array, then it looks at those elements and it says, "Oh, those are arrays too. Let me just squash it all into one happy array, and we're good." Because ultimately, it's making an HTML tree, right? And the elements are supposed to be components, not arrays. So if you have an array of arrays, it's like, well, I want components, so throw away the array veneer. I want components, right? Hey there, calculator. How are you doing today? Oh, and someone else slipped in there. Smooth potato. Use a flat map. I don't know how to use a flat map. We're gonna leverage React flattening it, unless maybe it'd be a useful thing to look up. If I wanted to flatten an array in JavaScript, how would I do it? Is there just a method? There's a blog entry about it. There's a classical way that looks ugly. The iterative way also looks ugly. Okay, and there's no clean way. Concat can merge arrays. Oh. Okay. All right. Interesting. This one earned 100 points. They used reduce to flatten them, which is what I was doing initially, right? And instead of concat, I did a push and just returned the original because I was building them in place. Yeah. Concat apply. Yeah, so you can just concatenate them. Interesting. This is like leveraging the fact that you can use apply to iterate, right? Best done with reduce. Okay. Cool. It's nice that React does it for us, though. Using a flat map or 2 maps and rendering it directly won't change anything. Yeah, because React doesn't really care. It's like, you give me a one-dimensional array, 2-dimensional arrays, I don't care. I just want some components, and I'm going to put them in the order you give them to me, right? Depth first, basically. Okay, so I want to make so the on-click handler works. So the tiles panel had an on-click handler. I actually need to both select the tile set and the tile, don't I? Yeah. So we need to do 2 things then. We'll have an on-click that has A function with two things in it. First is to do that, and then to select the tiled ID. I think that'll work, right? Now I should be able to click them. Hey, look at that. Now I can select what I'm painting. Isn't that cool? I can put some orcs up here. Yay, look at those ogres. I can put some fountains down here. Look at that. I can put a guy over there. Nice. Already I'm liking these tools. So then I guess the last step would be selecting what goes in here rather than putting them all in there. You can also use map inside of the return JSX part, line 9 of that. Okay. There's also a dot flat and a dot flat map. Oh, I didn't know that. I want to learn that stuff. So you're saying, oh yeah, there we go. Flat. This is an experimental technology. Whoa, experimental. It's probably supported by everything though, except for Internet Explorer. Yep. Not Edge though? Really? Who uses Edge? My kids use Edge. So, is this telling me that flat might not be supported in Edge? Without what do you call it? What's the fancy term where like, it's escaping me, but the thing you can bring in from a library that implements it for browsers that don't have it? Not a mix-in. Polyfill, there we go. Calculator to the rescue. There's probably a polyfill for it. So flat and flat map, I could use it with a polyfill for Edge and Internet Explorer if I cared about it. First maps each element using map function, then flattens the result into a new array. It's identical to a map followed by a flat of depth 1. So flat, this creates a new array with all sub-array elements concatenated into it recursively. Okay, so that's cool. So I could have flattened it myself if I needed to. Nice to know. So let me give that noob another point. And Blau I should give a point to as well. Wow. Calculator and Blau, your very first internet points. And hello, by the way. I mean, your very first useless Raimu stream internet point. The points on my stream are eventually going to be for in-game rewards. Once there's a game, the game is going to be integrated into Twitch a bit, so helping out in my stream and others affiliated with my game will get you in-game rewards. Yay! With the two maps, you could do labels above the tileset, which would be harder to do with the flat. Yeah, if I wanted labels above the tile sets, then I would probably do it. I would preserve the structure, essentially. Where'd that tab go? I would preserve the structure of the tile sets, but right now I just wanted them all in one huge flex container because in this context I don't really care what tile set it came from, you know. Nice shades there, Toulouse, putting them on me like that. Flap map, typings is hard. Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so I want to make the selection of things in the palette configurable here. I think I just need to add a column and another field to the tile set cache. So I need to remember where is that set up. It's in the reducer fundamentally for graphics, I think. Admin graphics, or no, session graphics. Graphics reducer, here we go. So we have tile sets. There's an elaborate making a tile set shape. This is what I want. So here are where the tiles are constructed. So I do a little bit of decoding of names, and I also have provision for when we're editing the tile sets themselves. I don't care about that part. I think I'm just adding a flag, right? Is in palette. Is in palette. And do I even really care if it's saved or not? I kind of. It's not going to go in the. It's not going to go in the server at all. It's all local. I really just need to persist in local storage, right? So I'll do the persistence later. Right now, I'll just have it start out as false, and then I need to make sure that that flag is preserved. It will be, right? Because I always just use spread syntax when I'm pulling in changes to tiles, right? Right. Where's the update? Wait a minute. If I update a tile, what is it doing here? Oh, what is this? Oh, this is when it comes back from the server. Okay, what about when I stage it? Do I not have that here? Like, for example, new access. Where is that? Huh. Where do I stage stuff like that? JS, please. Yeah, that's where I send it back to the game, but where? Okay. Oh, it's buried inside an onUpdate tile set. Got it. And here's where we spread the things that we're not concerned with. So the spreading will pull in any new flags like the one I just added. Okay, so the flag should be there. Now to add a column, that would be the tiles panel. Where do I set up these columns? Here. So what do I want to mark it as? Maybe something simple like P for palette. It's just going to be me. I don't really care about usability for anyone but me because no one else will use it. Let's just mark it P, and then if I add a column there, I need to add a column in the tiles themselves. So let's do that. So that is, I put it to the left of the, where did I put it to the left of the scroll flag. So wherever the scroll flag is, I'll put it to the left. Where's the scroll flag? Go back. Go to tiles. Where are you? Where is the tiles? Here. Where's the scroll flag? Right here. Okay, so another checkbox. So this will be, the checked is just whatever I have is in palette, right? And changing it should change the is in palette, right? So that should just work now. Yeah, that should just work. So clicking these should just work. And then if I go to another tile set and back, they're still persisted within my app. They're not saved to the server, so if I reloaded, I think the dog is scratching at the door to be let out. I might have to take a quick break. Yeah, if I reload, they're not persisted. So to persist it, I either got to put it in the server or I got to stash it in local storage. Let me go check to see if the dog needs to be let out. I need to get up and stretch anyway. Let me take a couple-minute break, and I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I promise. Dog did not need to go out. Dog was asleep. I must have been imagining hearing tapping. I found the cat, though. The cat is over on his heating pad. He must have been too cold. All right. I have these marked to go in the palette. Now let me use them to include them in here or not. I have an idea of how I would do that. I think it's just as simple as back in that entities panel, we just make this conditional. So we say if tile.is in palette, if so, then add this div. Otherwise, give it a big fat null. So initially nothing is in the palette, so it's empty. So then I go and I add, let's add water, let's add fire. And then we'll go under decorations and add tree. And then here, oh, that's cool. Oh, why is it so tall though? Oh, that's because this got wrapped. Oh, I'm gonna have to change the flex stuff. So if I unselect, so like do that. Aha. I need to give more width to this or make this not wrap there. Is there any estimated release time for the game? It's out now, but it doesn't have any content and it's not finished. So release could mean several different things. I think the commonly understood definition of release is that you have achieved the goals that you set out for to make it minimum viable product, right? So considering that, I would say the minimum viable product of my game would probably be finished sometime near the end of this year. Maybe the middle if I'm lucky, and if maybe middle of next year if I'm not so lucky. But that said, I plan to continue developing this game live on stream even after the minimum viable product is done. If I get enough interest in it, what I would like to do is make the game free to play for the first set of content and then make optional areas of the game or extra content go through like small little paywalls. So like there are a couple games that my kids played when they were younger. I think one of them was Wizards 101 or Pirates 101, or there might have been two of the games. They might have been both. But there it was similar. It was free to play, but then if you really liked the game, wanted to keep playing, to unlock some other area of the game, you'd have to pay a dollar or maybe $2 or something like that. So I might, that's right now the plan, but it really depends on, if no one wants to play, then oh well, this is all just for fun and a hobby, and I'll not consider it a real commercial thing. But if it gets really successful, I don't know. We'll have to see. Sometime next year, though. That's what I think. So this estimate of it being another, like by the end of this year, is based off of the fact that I'm now a little bit over a year into the process, and I'm getting to where you can start to see a game world and interact with it, but there are things that are obviously missing and broken. So that's just a raw feeling is like another year. But I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. So you come back in a year from now and ask me how about that estimate, I'll probably say, yeah, it was wrong. But I don't know. We'll see what we can do. I have at least one other person now lined up to perhaps help me with content, which is great because that creative aspect I need help on. And so it might go a little bit faster. We'll see. Depends on how creative people can be who join my team to work on that kind of element. Anyway, I think I want to fix this problem of this wrapping. This has to do with the fact that there's another flex container inside there, right, which is set to wrap. This is sitting inside of a... Where is it? Oh, it's a table. Wait, what? Oh, no, that was intentional. That doesn't matter. What does it look like if there's more than one entity? So if like I click on that, now there are two. Oh, I see the problem. It's stretching it vertically. So that's a flexbox thing, right? Like not justify content. What is it? Align items. I think I want to align items flex start, don't I? Instead of stretch. Stretch is probably the default. So that would be in the CSS for the palette. Tileset tiles. Where was that? That was in the index. So this should just be flex. No, align in here I align items, right? Flex start. That should fix it, right? Right? Okay, yeah, fixed it. Cool. Okay, cool. And it doesn't matter if there's something selected or if there are a bunch of things selected. Nice. Yay. Let's have a burning tree. Oh, okay, there's another thing missing. If I wanted to put a tree in the lava, I can't do that right now because it's just overriding the lava. I need to actually do what this thing had, which is have a depth. So when we're at depth 1 and I draw, now it's in the lava. Okay. So another, maybe just copy this depth thing. Where would I put it? Like, I guess I could put it along the top. I don't want it to be so dang large, though. Let me find where that was. So, paint depth. I think just remove this large, but keep the other stuff. Oh, maybe I want this other stuff here. No, just that div is fine. Okay. Not here. Actually, it is here. But it would go above this div, right? So it would just be plopped right there. I don't really need I need the keys values. I think I can just do that. I just need these extra props. What's this depth size? Is that a constant? It is a constant. All right. Constant it is. Paint depth and onset paint depth. Where are those stored? If you extract it as a component, you should use it in both places. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you are correct. I should do that. Thank you, that noob. Thank you for nudging me in the right direction here. So it's actually really easy to do that because this is persisted in Redux, so I can just do this now. So let me undo what I was doing here. And then just reference, I'll come back to here. I'll do it here first, where the original place where it was. So I'll replace this thing with a new component I'm gonna make. No. Thank you. Don't be sorry, that noob. I too frequently fall into the trap of just adding stuff without refactoring first, and then I end up making duplications that I could have just avoided. I should have refactored that out because I'm about to reuse it. I need to get into that habit. If I'm about to reuse something, I should refactor it first to make it reusable and not just copy paste it. So really, you deserve more than 1 point. And also now you have an even number of points, so all is well in the universe. Okay, what to name the thing? Paint depth selection? And I like to put the reusable things at the top level of views. So at views, new file, please. Paint depth selection.js. And that's the stuff I want. Only inside of some Chrome. So the Chrome looks like one of these. Probably don't need this other stuff. And I need to connect. And I don't need class names. I need actions, right? And I'll need this constant. In fact, let me just rip that constant right out from where it was. And then I'm going to have some name of a component, which I should name the same thing as the file, paint depth selection. Constants could also be extracted to a different file, which holds them all. I've been doing that for constants which appear in more than one place, but this is a local constant, which is tied to just this input. So I kind of wanted to keep it local. I do actually have a global constants right here. And these are for constants that are reused throughout the application. So, yeah, we have a place to put it. I'm going with local because this is the only place where that is applicable, is just this input box. But I could put 3 there, but I don't like magic numbers, right? So that's why I made it a constant in the first place. Okay. But you have a good point. If it's going to be applicable to more than one component, then you are right. You would want to put it in some kind of shared constants and then import them like I do in other places. Like that. Like the tile size, which is the dimensions of which I can't even show you. The dimensions of one tile in my game is tile size, and that's used everywhere. Okay, so we're going to need the props paint depth, so I'm going to rip it out of here. And onset paint depth. And is it just as simple as doing that? We can keep it super simple. Pure functional component, and then the Redux connection stuff, which is this madness, only less mad. We only need paint depth. We only need on-set paint depth. And is everything else good? Paint depth size. Oh, thank you for that follow. I don't have this on change field. That was a helper I had made, just to make it look nicer. If I do that, then I really do need to make this a function which returns that. And this indenting and this style of where you put the parentheses, where you need them or not, that's just a personal preference. I think, in my opinion. Okay, as long as all the names map to everything. This actions is not 3 levels up, it's only 1 level from here. I think everything else should work. So then, what I would do is take that, and then where paint depth is, I just do that. Ta-da! And then I can remove it from here and here, because we don't need it anymore, and I just need to import it. So, import paint depth selection from here, it's 2 levels up. And that should recompile now. Okay. I went too far up, I guess. Oh, I just didn't hit save. There we go. Before the component, it would have been 2 places. That's true, that noob, but you helped me steer in the correct direction. You never worked with React, but wouldn't hooks help you out a lot of the boilerplate from the state props? Yeah, but the hooks would not solve the problem of making the state managed separately from React, if that makes sense. I really like the idea that the state is independent from React and that this glues them together. If I wanted to move to Angular or Vue but keep Redux, I could. But correspondingly, if I wanted to drop the Redux and make them hooks, it wouldn't be too bad. It's just instead of bringing a lot of these things as props, they would be using the state hook. So I just like that flexibility and separation of concern, I guess. It's, again, a personal preference where how you manage your state, whether you use Redux or Flow or whatever. What is it? Wasn't it called Flow? Anyway, Redux or state hooks or something else. How can you develop programming logic? You're just starting. How do you learn flowchart and pseudocode? How do you learn flowcharts? That's a hard problem because that's really basic and fundamental stuff. I would try Khan Academy. There's probably stuff on Khan Academy to get started on very, very basic stuff like flowcharting and pseudocode. So that noob, also remember, I have this tendency to be dogmatic, and I'm trying to fix that. So if I'm making a point, it might not be the right thing for me to be doing. All right. That worked, right? Whoops. Before I corrupt it, let me check. So that should have appeared there. There we go. Oh, hold on. Someone's at the door. I'll be right back. That was someone coming over to play with one of my kids who's still at school. I had to say, sorry, they're still at school. Hey there, Go. How are you doing? Oh, I should take the opportunity to say hi to some people who just came in. Hey there, Chris and Stuart. I just forgot to say hi to you a while ago. We were talking. And Werner. I also forgot to say hi. When I get into like the third, fourth hour of my stream, I stop remembering to say hi to people. I use 4 different languages, Kick. I use JavaScript for the front end of my game. So the game front end runs in the web browser. So you have different choices. I just picked JavaScript because I wanted to learn it. But you could also do this in WebAssembly or, you know, there are other things you could use. I could have made this in Unity or Unreal or any other kind of engine. But yeah, going with JavaScript, and then on the actual game server that runs the game, it's a different program running in Amazon's cloud, and that is C++ with some Lua scripting attached. So, for example, the logic that's driving these NPCs over here, these slimes, it's actually written in Lua, and we'll find it under the NPC AI. Where did I put that? Where's NPC AI? There it is. This is what the script kind of looks like. So it's scripts that call the scripts, which call the scripts. So it's kind of complicated, but that allows me to, like, if I were to change this live in the game now and I hit submit, it would actually take effect instantly. Whereas the rest of the game server, if I change the C++ code, that means I have to recompile it and then deploy it into the cloud and all that stuff. So that's why I have this mixture of C++ and Lua. And in the fourth language I use Python for some of the tooling that I made to do deployment and other things. So you'll see me do mostly, if I'm working on this front-end tool like I am right now, it's in this JavaScript. And if I'm working on the back end of the game, which I was earlier today, it was this stuff. This is all C++. So, and it gets a little complicated when we're talking about the front end because we're not just doing JavaScript, we're also using some different libraries and tools. So this mixture of HTML looking stuff with normal JavaScript is JSX, and so that's supported through some of the build tools that we use. Can't remember which one it is, but it basically reduces this into a bunch of calls into this React library to construct objects in JavaScript, which when run will render the page to look like this. So this particular thing we're looking at, paint depth selection. If I were to show you this in the dev tools, it's on this screen here, right, sitting at this paint depth thing. So if I go to components and select it, there it is in the tree of React components, but that gets that's sort of an intermediate data structure composition that when React's JavaScript runs to render the things into HTML, it turns it into this. So it's going to look a lot like a combination of the original JSX. So that's going to look a lot like this, but it's also fit into the rest of the structure depending on the conditional logic and all the decisions that are being done by React. So it's a lot to take in because we're not just building HTML, we're doing it dynamically and we're doing it through some libraries which allow us to do some trickery, like making stuff that looks like HTML but really isn't. Some of the clues are things like class name gets changed to class. And that's sort of a clue that something is processing this before it becomes the HTML in the web page. There are other clues too. Add Monaco or some other highlighting editor for the Lua scripts. I stopped actually using the in-game script editor right here because it just seems silly for me because the way I've been editing them anyway is to do them in VS Code. So I have a I can just go to that same thing and it's already highlighted. So what I did is I just made a Python script that if I'm running the Python script, every time I save this file, it just gets uploaded to the game immediately anyway. And so I might as well just edit them straight in VS Code. Yeah. And to test the Lua stuff, since I've been using unit tests framework for C++, I'm like, why don't I just do the same thing for Lua? So I have a bunch of Lua tests. So there should be a test for this has room somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Here's the test for has room. And there's what the test looks like. So it's setting up mocks for the game and then calls the function and it expects that we get the right results. And I even made a special kind of test runner that integrates into the same user interface as my C++ tests. And that is called Moon Unit. And that's in my GitHub if you're curious about that. There's probably other streams you can look at back in my YouTube exports of my Twitch VODs where I actually wrote the thing live. Anyway. Yep, thank you, Toulouse. So, now that this is pulled out, I can reuse this paint depth selection back where I wanted to, right? In Entities panel, right here. And I can just do that and then import it right here. Import that from same 2 levels up, and now it should be in both places. It should be here and here. Although I need to put stuff into the palette. So let's put those 3 in the palette and go back here. Okay, I want it to be below. It put it on the same level. Is that because my CSS is wrong? It put that div and that div. Oh, I see. I put it in the wrong place. Put it in the wrong place. It should go outside, right? Outside of the first div. This. Oh, but if I do that, it's in a row. If I want it to be above, then I should have a div containing those 2, shouldn't I? Like that? Let's try that out. Okay, this is already annoying me that I have to go put things back into the palette again. Okay, that's more like what I wanted. I guess I can keep it big. I don't remember why I made it big. So the idea here is I can now add to the decorations the tree, and now back here I could say let's put some water over here, and then let's put some dirt here, and then amidst the dirt at depth 1 let's put a tree. Right? And if I go to depth 0 and I erase everything, the tree stays because it's at depth 1, and then you know what would be cool is if I had an override, I can erase everything at every depth. This is a huge project, yeah. Been going about a year and still going. Building anything at this scale by yourself will take a long time. So if you're just getting into making games or writing programs or doing web dev, start small is my recommendation, unless it's something you're really passionate about. Making a game inspired by Ultima, which was a game that I played when I was a kid, has been a lifelong goal for me, so I don't mind that this project takes 2-3 years. Control-Alt-Shift-Click, all levels override. Actually, I was thinking about that. Like, right-click is to delete, and maybe Shift-right-click would be delete all? Or, yeah. I'll get myself into trouble with modifiers, though. Thank you for that follow. I didn't see who it was, but thank you very much. Maybe I should just check in my work so far. Thank you for that follow. So I added the palette, but it doesn't... Or maybe I should make it persistent before I actually finish this. To make this persistent... The persistence is through the local storage, which shows up here. And this is not a leak, by the way. That's just a test key, so no worries. You can persist strings, right? So that means I need to stringify somehow the concept of which things are in my palette. I could just make it a JSON string. The JSON could be just an array of arrays. Actually, it ought to be an array of objects, and each object says what tile set and what tile. Yeah, so let me first work on the persistence. We'll do it every time one of these is clicked. So that would be in tiles panel, is in palette. This thing, right? So let's do two things here. This will be, actually not that level. This level. Let's do two things here. We'll change the tile, but we'll also persist the palette flag. So we'll say, yeah, I'll just make it a middleware. So on persist. Actually, why don't I just change tile do it? Yeah, why am I even doing it here? I should just do it in Redux. Okay, so change tile. Wait a minute. What does unchanged tile do? Oh, it does stage tile sets. Okay, fine. That is stage tile sets action in Redux. So right now there's no middleware that intercepts it, but there's a reducer. So I think I'm just going to add a middleware to do this. This will only be done by the admin, so why not just make it an admin middleware thing? So stage, this action type stage tile sets could be something we intercept in Redux middleware on stage tile sets. And then let's add a handler, which takes, do I need a dispatch? I don't even need a dispatch. I don't even think I need anything. Actually, I need a get state, because we're going to get the current state of all the tile sets and construct the thing we're going to persist and then persist them all. Middleware is the way to go. I learned Tuesday that it's also known as an enhancer. And the reason why is if you go back and look, if you have an application that uses Redux and you do this create store, primarily your store consists of reducers. And, oh, there's a reflection. There's a reflection of light behind me. Primarily, your store takes reducers which turn state and actions into next state. But then there's an optional enhancement. They call it enhancer because you're enhancing the store to add side effects or other logic that happens when actions are dispatched. And so you're not supposed to touch the store. You're supposed to do things outside of the store, like off to the side. So in my middlewares, I do things like handle the socket connection to the game. So some of my actions are only side effect actions, like connect to server. There's no Redux state for this action. This action is really meant to be caught by middleware in order to create a WebSocket and connect to the game. There are other actions that are only reduced, and there's no side effects, so you won't see them in middleware. And then there's a lot of them that are both reduced and have side effects. So this will be one of them we're doing right now. So stage tile sets is going to be dispatched whenever any of these things are changed. Like I put a 2 in there, I delete the 2, we're getting a stage tile sets, which is, I call it stage because we're preparing what we're going to tell the server. We're about to tell the server we're going to change the access field of tile 2 to 12, right? But we're not actually doing it until I hit one of these update buttons. And so since any change here is staged with the stage tile sets, so is clicking one of these boxes, right? So since this column doesn't go to the server at all, it doesn't make sense to handle it at the server or in any of the middleware that talks to the server. Instead, we're just going to capture when that action goes through the Redux, and we're going to say, well, as a side effect to staging the tile sets, we're going to extract all of the P flags and then put them into our local storage. So that would be, we're going to form an array. So const palette state is an array. Actually, I can just do it in place, right? So get state, and I don't need to remember now where the tiles stored. There they are. Session graphics tile sets. Map tile set, and then let's do that to make it easy, more sane on me. Looks like the add row doesn't have the P flag in it. Should it have it? Oh, you're right. Look at that. It got shifted. Thank you, Toulouse. I need to put like a placeholder in there. I guess I'll just put null there for a second so it'll compile. Yeah, thank you for catching that. That is in here where there's an... This is a placeholder for the ads, right? Right here. Another placeholder. Would line it up. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to have a tile or a P flag for a tile that doesn't exist. This is for adding a new tile. I mean, technically I could have a box here that's saying we're about to add a tile and by the way we want to add it to our palette, but it's more... I don't need that. I'll just keep it simple. You'll add it and then click the box. That's fine. Because otherwise I have to have another state variable for that. Why bother? Okay, back to admin here. So for every tile set, let's also do another inner map. So tile set dot tiles dot map tile. And then that for every tile, it depends on if that tile has is in palette, right? If so... Oh, here's a good example of where I would want to use that flatten, right? Because I don't think I want a I don't want a multi-dimensional array here. I just want a simple array. I guess I could make it multi-dimensional. Then I wouldn't have to repeat the tile set number. Okay, never mind. I won't flatten it. But that means that I'll want to have an actual object at this level. So it would be object, and then one thing in the object would be tiles, and then that is this map. But the other thing would be ID, which would be the tileset.id. And then this ends in an object, right? Okay, and then actually I don't want a null there, do I? I want to get rid of the null. If you have a null, does it skip it? Or am I going to end up with a bunch of nulls? I might actually want to do a reduce here instead of a map. I know, let's see. So if it's in the palette, I'm gonna want to put an object here, right? And actually no, I don't. It doesn't matter. I just put the tile ID. There we go. So let me then persist that. So that's local storage dot set item tile palette to JSON dot stringify the palette store state. Let's just see what that looks like. So I will grab a couple from the background and then one from the decorations. We'll grab the tree and then look at what's in my local storage. Yeah, so a bunch of nulls are in there. So it might be smart to do a reduce then. And so basically if the tile isn't in the palette, just don't do anything. That makes sense? Or can I do this in the map some other way? I don't want to list the tile. I don't even want to say null for it if it's not set. Or do a filter. Oh, filter would maybe work. But I need to do filters at 2 levels, right? Because I have 2 levels of map. I don't even want to mention the tile set at all if nothing goes into the palette from there. Map then filter? I can't think of how to do that at both levels though. Because like here's one where the tiles were actually I can just show it this way, right? This level here, they're all null. So I don't even want that entry in the outer array at all. This one, some of them are null, so I want to keep the entry. I just want to remove the nulls from it. So I understand how to filter out the nulls in the inner level, but how do I filter out the entire tile set if everything is null? I guess it would be if the array is empty, don't... So filter if the array is not empty? Okay, maybe I can do it. Maybe I just need to review how does filter work. Creates a new array with elements that pass the test. Implement. Okay, I guess I can do that. All right. So it would be filter at this level, right? Filter tile set. And then it would be this is the outer level. So this is filtering if there is anything in the tile. So tile set.tiles.length is greater than... Is length a function in JavaScript? No, it is not. And then the inner one would be dot filter tile. Tile is not equal to null, right? Does that do it? Did I do it in the correct line? I did, yeah. Yeah, got it. Thank you, that noob. All right, that wasn't so hard. Let's just test that. So that would have reloaded, and I got to do this whole thing again because I haven't done the deserialize yet. And the tree. Oh, it looks nice and pretty now. Look at that. That's exactly what I wanted. Delay happened. Well, I'll give you the point anyway. You found it before I said it, probably, right? Cool. So now we're persisting our palette. Now I just need to depersist it. Hold on a second. Sorry, my throat's getting dry. I'm talking a lot today. I gotta think, when's the correct time to depersist? Probably the first time it's loaded, right? So maybe there's probably already a convenient it's probably already a convenient action that happens when we reload. So let me just hit reload, and then pause the recording of Redux and just look at what are the initial actions that happen. Reflect initial load, toggle persist. So maybe I could even... No, I don't want it to do it for normal players. I want to do it for admins. So maybe admin start would be the right one. 3 hours, 18 minutes. Yeah, I started late. So I'll probably end late. I need to go in an hour. That's my hard deadline. I have to leave in an hour. So I cannot stream beyond 4 hours, 18 minutes. I usually go about 4 hours anyway, so... What did you miss? You put a kappa on there. Are you telling me you didn't miss anything? Welcome back, Rally Monkey. I made a palette, look. Only it doesn't start with anything because we haven't persisted it yet, but I can pick tiles here. And I can go into the decorations and pick the tree. And look. I got the 4 things I put in my palette, and I can select them now. Took an hour-long lunch break, then a nap because you're sick yet again. I'm sorry. Is it these new the kids making you sick? The new kid and the other kid? Young kids pass illnesses along, don't they? They are germ incubators. I wonder if I could handle mouse wheel to change this depth. I don't have to click that. Because I'm going to be doing this a lot where I'm painting background, then, oh, I want a tree, so I want to go to depth 1 and put a tree there. And then back to 0 so I can paint more, or like something out here, right? Maybe mouse wheel would be better. Another thing would be convenient is if I map these to like the number buttons. I'm thinking of all the features that I want before I'm done working on the feature I'm currently doing. That's the problem. Yeah, that's what I'm working on, Rally Monkey. I got the tile palette in there. The bugs from earlier today, I don't know when you left, but I got those bugs fixed, and we're just filling in the palette today. And probably just refining that. That's probably what I'll end up doing. So I decided just now that admin start would be a pretty good place, right? I think so, because admin start should only be in one place. Yeah, let's depersist in admin start. So that is again in the same middleware, right? Only admin start. I'm surprised I don't have middleware for it. Admin start. On admin start. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. That's too early. We need to wait until we get the tile sets reflected to us before we can do this. Yeah. Okay. I can't do it here. Where do we get the tile sets reflected to us? Reflect tile sets, probably. That's what I would have named it. Let's see if that's what it's called. Reflect tile set. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's also tile set added, removed, and updated. I bet it's all handled in the same reducer, though. Graphics reducer. Yes. Oh, wait. That's where I'll do it. I'll do it in make tile set shape. Right here. That's where I'll do it. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do now. We only really need it to read it from local storage once, right? And I can do that at any time we start. So I can do it here. I can say const shoot. This make tile set shape is only called when we're loading and we're adding a new one, right? Actually, it'd be called every time we reflect back. It's not the right place to do it. Unless I update the local storage here too, which I could do. Let me think about this. Where I'm persisting it now is in its stage tile sets. Oh, okay. That happens first. So reflect tile sets could just load it back. Okay. So then this is this is an okay place to read from local storage again. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna do that here. We're given the tile set, so I know what to look up there. So that means this actually needs to be a little bit more complicated. It's actually a function that does a couple things. It's going to return that, but before it does, I need to oh, that was weird. So that should still work, right? That didn't break anything. It did. Why? Why did that break? What did I do wrong here? What's different? Unexpected. Oh, because there's this const up here. That's what it was. I was looking at the wrong place. I was looking inside of that make tile set shape instead of above it. Okay, that didn't break anything. Okay, so now before I can construct it, I need to depersist it. So it's local storage dot get item, and it's going to return a string, right? So const palette. Let's use the same terminology I did here. Palette state. Palette state is the, well, that's stringified though. Let's call this palette state stringified. Is get and then the same item name. Here's where I should use a constant. Do I care about that right now? Probably. Hey, there are raccoons. Hi. Local storage keys shall also be, yeah, so Toulouse, you nailed it. Should be shared constant. Totally the kids, Rally Monkey. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's do the right thing and make this a constant. So import from dot constants. Help me out here. There we go. And what are we going to call it? local storage key tile palette. All right, and then we got to go to constants and actually put it there. So probably this would be a good enough place. These represent keys in browser local storage, where the app will persist state. And then export const, that is tile palette. All right, and then that goes there. And then we'll do the same thing in the other place. So in admin, okay, I already have an import from constant, so I just fold those two together magically. And then that goes in place of tile palette down here. All right, and then, you know, another way I can improve it is if this is in the inverse of this, I should probably try to co-locate these two sections of code into the same place, maybe a class, and use that, reference it from these two different places. But since I don't know exactly the right way I would want to do that right now, I'm not going to bother. So this might not exist, so this needs to be conditional, right? So I need to have a default, right? So let's say palette state equals, now if there is not nullish, then we're going to JSON parse it. Stringified. And I'm going to be optimistic that it won't fail. If it fails, then... Actually, would it ever fail unless I have a bug here? I don't think it would ever fail. But if it... maybe I should just do the smart thing. Usually you do one of those things inside of a try catch for this reason. Yeah, let me do it the smart way, because I want to set a good example, right? So the good example would be that this might throw an exception. So maybe let it be a default of something. So empty array. I messed this up, didn't I? Let's remove this stringified from here and here. So the default would be empty array, and then we try to parse it, and I don't think I need to do anything, because if it didn't parse, the assignment wouldn't have been done, and so we'll just go to the default, right? So, but if we could parse it, then it's going to be a structure or an array, right? So then I can use that here. I can do a lookup, right? Or an any. How would this work? Palette state any or sum. This is where I'm, again, weak on JavaScript. Does array have an any function? I wish I could just look at the, okay, here we go. This is better. Properties, length. There's from is array of. These are the mutator. I don't want the mutator. I want not iteration, maybe iteration actually. Okay, there's where sum is defined. Maybe that's what I want. So I think I want sum. Oops, sum, right? At least one element. And so it'll give me the element. So this will be tile set. And then the condition has to be here, right? The condition will be that tile set dot tiles dot, actually there's two things. The tile set dot ID has to equal the outer tile set ID. Okay, I have tile set in two places, so I need to make this somewhat different. How about palette tile set? Equals the tile set ID. So it's the same palette, and the tiles has some tile where tiles is equal to, or this has to be palette tile again. Palette tile, and it's already an ID, so it would be tile.id, right? I think that's it. So if I did that right, when this reloads, my palette should be there. Okay, attempted to import const. Okay, it's admin middleware. Hold on, what's wrong here? Oh, did I hit that line by mistake? I did, look at that. Oops. Just one level. Okay. That worked, then this should already have my palette in it. It didn't, so I must have screwed it up. Let me look at my state. So it's in there. So maybe it would have shown a console log at the beginning. No. So what? It just didn't work? Well, that's a shame. Hmm. What if I what if I just turn that to true for a second? Then they'll all be in, right? Yeah, they're all in the list now. And now what if I just do this first part? That should have pulled in everything. But it pulled in some things, but not everything. Why? It pulled in all the backgrounds, none of the avatars, all the decorations. Oh, because those are the only two things in that were persisted. Okay, so then that's true. Okay, that works. So it's this last line. Somehow this is wrong. Oh, it's palette tile set. That's what it is. Cool. All right. So now my palette is persisted. So if I don't want the actually, you know what? There ought to be a quick thing where I can like right click it and it brings me to where it is, so I can turn it off. So there we go. I can add if I now if I reload. Now it's still not in there. And if I wanted to put it back in, I put it back in, reload. And it's back in there. Okay, I'm gonna go with this. So let's check it in. And I have a GitHub issue for this, right? Oh, this is broken. I can't check it in yet. Oh, I just assumed that it's not. Wait a minute, hold on. It should not have been null. Oh, this is a different place. This is in graphics reducer, line 43. Wait, what's null? Tiles is null. Wait a second. This is null? It should not be the case. It should have just been an empty array. So many clicks will be saved by now? Yeah. Made DS and stringified? Too many Ds, you said. Do I have FID? No? I deleted it? Okay. Well, thank you, CloudHawk. And hello, by the way. It was just an elaborate plot to unlurk you, by the way. Just kidding. Okay, I wonder if that was because I was editing it at the time. No, it's persistent. So what would I see? I need to be careful about this browser window though. Let me just look at this one's app I actually in Firefox it's called storage. Local storage. Okay. Yeah, good thing I didn't show that. Actually, no, that would have been okay. Um, the key is completely missing there. All right, so close that. So the key being missing, it's saying the palette state is null. Oh, so does JSON parse return null if this is also null? So do I need to check here if palette state, or do I need to say like or? Do I need to do that, I guess? Okay. Learn something new every day. Let me confirm that here. So if I say json parse null, what do I get? I get null. I don't get an error. But if I parse like some garbage, then I get an uncaught syntax error. It's interesting that you can parse null and not get an exception. Wouldn't that be? I would just assume that that should be an exception of some kind, like uncaught syntax error should have been a string or something. What if I parse a number? Huh. Does that make any sense? Why would you parse a number to get a number? Is it for stuff like this? Well, actually, that's just JavaScript. Well, actually, what happens if it's a number in a string? It makes sense, and it doesn't. Hex isn't supported in JSON. Is this just a quirk in JSON that you can pass it a non-string thing and it just passes through its argument? What if I pass it like A is 42 or something? Then it says unexpected token O at position. That's really weird. Did it think it was an object? Like if I do string of that, how do you do this? ToString? I forget how this works. Is it ToString and then the thing around it? Is that how it works? ToString, this is capitalized. Okay, so it's doing ToString with whatever you pass in, and it saw that, and it went to the second character and said, oh, that's not expected. Okay, so it's turning these into strings and then parsing them as JSON. So that really is, if you turn it into a string, it's the string null, which is valid JSON for null. The question anyway was, why does it work to pass JSON parse a non-string thing? Because this was happening where it wasn't in my local storage at all, so it comes out as null or undefined or whatever, and it was not throwing an error. So in addition to catching an error, I also need to do this or empty braces in case this is null, and because this needs to be an array. Otherwise, this crashes here because it'll say sum is not a method of null or undefined or whatever. Hey there, Pablo. The game's going along okay. I am today working on this little trick where in addition to looking at entities, I also have a drawing palette that I can pick from and just start drawing here. And it used to be that these were all on different screens. So, for example, the tree used to be on here, but you had to know it's under the decorations list, and then the ground is on a different list. So it's very cumbersome to be constantly swapping between background and decorations. So I added this column P for palette. So if it's on the palette, so let's add the fountain and the bridges on the palette. So now when I'm on this screen, now I can pick from the bridges or the fountain and very quickly and easily. So I can adjust my palette to be relevant to the area of the game I'm editing. And I have all the tools here that I need to paint. It's just not perfect yet. Little improvements as we go. You could also add or brackets for the string. Oh, you mean like in here or up here? Would JSON parse of a array actually give me what I want? Let's see. JSON parse array. No, it would have given me problems, right? If it wasn't a string. Guessing that this is just wacky JSON conversion rules, not specific to JSON parse. Yeah, I think if you do local storage.get item and then you just put in a key that doesn't exist, you get null back. So then if you pass null to JSON parse, it first stringifies it. So it's toString null. Gives you, oh, that's interesting. That's not what I expected. Anyway, JSON.parse null actually gives you back null. And I expected it to throw an error, just like, you know, if you try to parse an empty, you know, some other type, it doesn't like it. And this was a clue that I thought it was first doing toString of the thing you gave it. And then, you know, there is an O at position 1 of this string, so that's what I thought it was doing, but apparently it doesn't, because toString null actually returns that to you. That's weird. Anyway, what happens if I do like x equals null, and then JSON parse x? And what about toString x? Object undefined. Why would taking null and doing toString give you object undefined? Shouldn't it just give you null in a string? Undefined. My D key is acting up recently. Okay, yeah, that's just wacky. Why wouldn't it just say null here in the string? Okay, but it was a surprise to me that JSON parse would not just throw a fit because its argument is not a string. It should be a string, right? You're parsing. If you're doing JSON parse, you should be a string. So if you pass a non-string, the only thing that makes sense to me is either throw an exception saying you didn't give me a string, or possibly do a toString to make it into what you need, that's what I thought it was doing here. But apparently it's not exactly what I expected. Anyway, it's all like a diversion and a thought experiment at this point. I was checking this in, right? Okay. I haven't checked in a while. So this is adding a whole new thing, right? Yeah, this is a whole new feature. Oh, first, let me not stage everything. First, let me stage this extraction of paint depth selection. So that came from this place, right? Along with the constant. No, not the constant. Right, that got extracted from here. So now it's imported and a lot of things are removed. So don't stage that one. Just the extraction of that. So not this line or that line. So just the paint depth, onset paint depth, that part, yeah. So this is extract component, React component. I can't spell, sorry. Paint depth selection. That's one feature. And then the other feature is reusing it to add a tile set palette for the GM in the entities panel. Okay, so this is a couple different steps, right? Add an is in palette flag for every tile. Is my D key acting up again? So persist the is in palette flags for all tiles in local storage, and collect all tiles with is in palette set and form them into the palette shown in the entities panel. And did this include also the middleware change? I think it did. Right. So this is also change default click in on the stage for the entities context. to mean paint instead of select. Make control key modifier in entities context mean select. That's that. I did that Tuesday. I just never checked it in. Okay, good to go. All right, now I get to decide: do I keep streaming? I got 15 minutes left. What can I do in 15 minutes? Maybe some refinement. Maybe fix some of these errors. These ones I'm not going to fix today, but some of these other ones I ought to just take a... You like that Git message? I try. I'm not always writing good Git comments. What is important to me mostly is that I can go back in the history if I need to and say, like, why the heck did I make that change? And then I have like an overall idea of what I was doing that day, and then a little bit of detail about the steps that I made. And I'll go into more detail the bigger the commit is. So this commit was rather big, and so I thought it deserved a little bit more information in the commit. Can I show it in the Git log? Sure. Log 1. There we go. So let's fix those errors that I was getting. That would show up here as well in this tab. Tile select modal is using a variable never declared. Okay, tile select modal. Modal. Line 3. Lodash. Okay, I'm never using Lodash here. Is that the answer? I don't need it. And then stage.js. I make this mistake a lot because I go between languages, is that I don't use the triple equal or the not equal equal. Well, I need to... Oh yeah, fair enough. What I've learned from my experience of this, whatever you call that, linter or whatever it is, and watching or reading about JavaScript in general, is the only place you'll ever use a single equal, like with spaces around it, is when you're comparing to null. And the same thing with a not equal. The only time you'll ever see that is when null is on the right-hand side. Actually, I guess here it should have been triple equal, right? Why did I complain about those? Huh. Interesting. I didn't know that that would not result in an error. From what I could tell, the only time you really use the not equal or an equal and not the triple was when you're comparing to null. And there's a reason for that, is that it's nullish. It's null or undefined. Yeah, weird. Anyway, it's happy. If it's happy, I'm happy. Looked in the shared into the standard because JSON parse thing. The first step is to use toString where, oh, it's a special function which returns null for null and undefined for undefined, unlike object prototype toString. Well, that's wacky. So this is fixing fix JS warnings about let's just fix JS warnings. I think it's obvious by inspection what they are. All right. And now, what to do next? Actually, there might be a way for me to remove all these console warnings. These console warnings reflect another artifact that happens when you like load the game. It's kind of hard to see. It kind of flashes really fast, but there's a moment where it hasn't loaded the assets for the graphics, and but it has gotten information from the server about what graphics to draw, and it says, okay, server, I'll draw them. And then it turns around and says, well, I don't have that loaded yet. And Phaser says, oh, you don't have a ping loaded? Well, I'm going to draw a default sprite image, which is a green square with a slash through it. And it does that. And then I also added this console warning myself because whenever an image is missing, that will happen too. So like, for example, if I hacked this to say, like, put an X there, update, now it's going to be obvious as I play the game that these missing graphics are everywhere, and I'll see it in the console tool. I'll see it constantly. So I want to keep the actual rendering of missing graphics in there so I can detect that it's missing, but I don't want it to show up when we're first loading. So there needs to be like a grace period while we're loading where we're not either not telling Phaser about it or we're not showing this warning. Maybe I can just start with just suppressing the warning until we've finished loading. Let me fix the tile set name, asset name. And yeah, so once it's loaded, we shouldn't see that error anymore. Actually, will we see it if I change the tile set a little bit? Like, what if I turn off, what if I stop scrolling the water? Oh yeah, we see that again. So every time the tile set changes, we're going to see it too. We're also getting this stuff. Attempting to use a deleted texture. So yeah, we remove the texture, and then while we're loading the new texture, it's trying to use the texture. So it's like we need to suspend the drawing of the stage while we're swapping out or loading in textures, right? There's only one type of string, but apparently there are two different versions of toString. Oh, and it was said by string bats. I see how this goes. A string bat, yes. Welcome, string bats. So nice that you're here. Oh, and I didn't say hi to McCode. Hi, McCode. All right. To prevent Phaser from doing this, I think I need to postpone message processing. I have some code in here to do that. It's down here. It's basically until Phaser is ready, anything of these actions that comes in, we're going to log that, and that was just for debugging purposes, but we push onto a special queue the call we were about to make. Actually, this repetition I don't need, right? Can't I just construct the thing so const if that is the handler, then the call handler would just be this part, right? And then we can just do it there or there. Right? No semicolon. And then that can be one line. Oh, and I can't do it like that. It just is like that, right? Yeah, exactly. So we either call it immediately or we defer it to be called later. Capital string uses the internal toString, so it returns null for null. Oh, really? So string bats aside, JS string, are we saying that it's capital string? So if X is lowercase, is just a normal string, let's call it hold on, how are we going to do this? Just ABC, and then Y equals the capital string ABC. Then what's X and what's Y? What's type of X? Type of Y? Okay, so we can't get one of these special... it's either the same type or we can't get one of these by calling its constructor. All your learning is that your impression of JS is a huge mess. Is still correct? I think you're right, iGrok. We skim the surface of the ugly underbelly of JS and try to learn a few things here and there, but we learn... well, I think the takeaway is that JS is strange and we should just keep to the clean side of JS as much as possible, right? Oh, I need that window. Okay. So if we can defer it, if Phaser's not ready, maybe I can also defer things when we're in the middle of loading an asset. The problem is I don't know when the asset load is completed. And that's done in this reflect tile sets handler, right? Yes, there's an add tile set. And that does a load. And at some point it loads the asset. Yeah. Stage scene load atlas. So I need to know when that's finished because I believe that's asynchronous. That's the problem. So I need to look this up in Phaser's documentation. Okay, you're ready for something really scary? We're going to look up Phaser IO documentation. Learn API docs. I hate this documentation. Can you tell? I don't know how to navigate this thing. It makes my brain hurt. So it's a loader in the. So it's a loader I care about, right? Game. Where is it? It's a. What is it? Game Object Factory? And then Atlas? No. I'm looking at the wrong thing, right? It is a nice engine. It's just the documentation's really bad. I mean, it's atrocious. Well, it's better than nothing. I guess I could say that. But I've had such a hard time with this. Like, why do they have Sprite 3D listed twice? Why? Why is it listed twice? It just is. Look, there's 2 copies of it. Why? I think it's because it's declared in 2 different places. There's Sprite 3D Factory and there's Camera 3D plugin, and they both have a Sprite 3D. But I mean, come on. Note, this method will only be available if Sprite 3D game object has been built into Phaser. How do we know? And then why is it only available one place and it's always available? Anyway, don't get me started. I just don't know. Oh, here we go. Scene. And then we go to add, right? No, load. Scene load. Cool. And then we get to the loader plugin, and then I'm looking for Atlas, right? Atlas. Here we go. All right. It adds it to the current load queue, and that's important. It means that it's not loaded when we're done. I need to know when it's done. How do I know that? It's not loaded right away. It's added to the queue, ready to be loaded, either when the loader starts or if it's already running when the next free load slot becomes available. That's if you're in the preload method. Because it's queued, you cannot use the file immediately after calling this method, but must wait. So they say you must wait for the file to complete. We know what happens when you don't. What happens is you get those green squares with the slashes through them. So it works, it just shows junk until it's done, right? Okay, the typical flow is that you load assets, and then when the scene's create method is called, you are guaranteed because it's done in preload. But if you're outside of preload, then you are responsible for starting the loader afterwards. I think that's why I had to do that down here somewhere. Yeah, I had to do that here. So I do a bunch of queuing things up, and then I do my responsible duty as a Phaser citizen of starting it myself. Starting the loader afterwards, but I'm not monitoring its events to know when it's safe to use the asset. See the loader plugin class for more details. Okay, this is where it gets kind of hairy because they say to see the Phaser loader plugin class for more details, but I bet you if we go there, we won't find the more details. There might be another clue here before I move on. It doesn't return anything, right? If it did, they would say it returns something. Parameters. It returns a loader instance, but we already have that. I guess we'll go look at the loader plugin like they told me to. Okay. This is actually looking promising. This is more documentation than I'm used to seeing in Phaser. Probably because this is a prominent class. But how do we monitor it? As long as... What is this saying? As long as the loader hasn't finished simply adding a new file to it while running will ensure it's added to the... Okay, fine. But how do we know if it's finished? Good question, Raimu. It's probably a... I bet you we just have to guess. We have to, like... Looks like there's a state. Do I just read the state? I want a callback or a future or something. Is there like an on finished? Ooh, there's on. Maybe that's what I want. Add a listener to an event. Okay. What kind of events do we get? Am I brave enough to go down this rabbit hole? No, I don't even know where we are. I don't even know what event emitter 3 means. Is that because it's phaser version 3? Probably. What version of phaser am I using, by the way? That would be in my package.json. Phaser. I'm using version 3. Cool. I just don't know what event I'm waiting for. There's no like list of events you can listen to. Because that would be too easy. And, you know, we're not here to make things easy. Or maybe there's a list of events here on the right. No, of course not. Only Microsoft would do that. So they have extends, members, methods, and they don't have events. All right. What if I just Google search phaser loader events? This is V2. I don't want V2. I want V3. This is all during load, as loaded. Oh, file complete event. Is that what I want? Or load progress? Let's look at this one. Load progress. Oh, I see. We get a bar. All right. Oh, here we go. On complete. Oh, let's play with that. All right. So I would then... do I do that before start? Looks like it. I set up the listener first, and then they do a bunch of loads. Where do they actually... Are they doing this in preload? If they're doing it in preload, that means it's already started, right? I guess it doesn't really matter. I should probably just do it before I do start. So stage, scene. How do I turn off the callback when I'm done? I don't know. Actually, let's just then do it once. When we set up would probably be the smart thing to do. Right? Where do we do that? Probably here. So let's do it here. So sage.scene.load.on, right? Complete. And then I can put whatever I want here. Does it actually get an argument? On. Where's the listener function? And they don't tell me what the function actually gets. They just say it's a function. Okay. What about the example? Does it do... No, it doesn't... Okay, it doesn't use any... It doesn't get any... This one doesn't get any argument. I guess it depends on the event type. So progress, we get a value. Complete, we don't get anything. If we're trusting the example. Let's just have it print something. Console.log. Yay. Oh, the phaser loader is done. Hooray. And we'll see that show up here, right? As it's reloading. Wait a minute, what? Oh, is it because I haven't tabbed back to it? Yeah, okay. Phaser loader is done. Okay, so we should see that the next time I change the tile set, right? If I go to here and do that. Yes. Okay. And then when I change it back, should be the last message we see after all the warnings. Yeah, okay, cool. So that's a clue that when I'm going to start loading, I can have a state variable that says we're loading, so don't try to draw anything. And then when it's done, we can turn it back off, and then we can, in the meantime, if we have any actions that would affect phaser state, we could queue them. All right, I think I know what to do. Maybe there's a types phaser for it. You think VS Code uses the TypeScript types anyway? I'd rather just get my work done and not, well, I don't know. Maybe. I don't feel like looking into it that much. It's getting about that time, isn't it? I think I can finish this. I got 12 minutes before my hard stop. I think this will only take 5 minutes. What I really want to do is just have a piece of state. In the stage would be nice. Let's call it loading. And we'll set it to true to begin with. Well, no problem that new. I appreciate the feedback, so no worries. Loading is true. And then what we can do here for this call, where was the callback? Right here, is I can, let's leave the print there for now, and we'll just say stage.loading is false. And then we will need to do this deferred actions thing. Where was that? When phaser's ready. So actually this we should just pull out, right? On a const, a handle deferred actions equals these two lines, right? Actually, some of this. Let's just say calling that many deferred actions, and then we'll just say phaser is ready at this point. And then call it. And let's do that first, so it kind of matches this phaser not ready. And whenever the loader completes, we also have to handle deferred actions. And then I need to set that to true when we start loading, so that's load.start. So we probably want to do that front and before we start it. And then the final thing would be if it's not ready or loading, right? If not ready or stage.loading. All right. Hopefully that fixes it. Not ready, and it won't be ready until I actually show the WebGL canvas. Uh-oh. Did I break it? Okay, let's put some print statements in here. We never saw that one. We saw the phaser ready. It probably, I need to have it print when it's about to run the loader, right? Load.start. So let's print something here. Console.log starting phaser loader. All right. I don't get it. Oh, wait. I know what the problem is. I initialized this to true, didn't I? That has to be false. Because we have to load phaser. And then once phaser's loaded, then we can go to its loader and say we want you to load more. There we go. So phaser was ready. There wasn't anything to queue. And then we started the loader 6 times, probably because we have 6 different tile sets. If it's already loading, telling it to start again doesn't do anything. And then we actually got to reflect sprites in the meantime. And then phaser is done loading, and then we called that deferred action and it actually showed everything. Okay, cool. So then this should also not break if I do just a change to something. Like, let's scroll the water again since I turned that off. Scroll the water again. Okay, I got this thing. The other errors, the other warnings are gone though. That's nice. This one is because it's still using a texture and we told it to unload first. Oh, I think I know how to fix that. Well, it would be complicated though. We have to basically turn off all the sprites. Interesting, that's only called twice. We have to turn off the sprites. Um, we have to turn off all the sprites that are affected by the texture change, right? You know, that's too much hassle. I think I'll accept that error. The consequence of not binding the texture is that it just won't draw anything. And if we're unloading the texture anyway, I don't care. I'm gonna just leave that. I'm gonna leave that for another day to fix. Let me just remove some of these print statements because I don't really need them anymore, right? We don't need. I don't really need this, and I don't need any of these, I don't really care about that anymore. Let's make this nice and clean again. Phaser itself does. Okay, I forgot one. Starting phaser loader. Phaser itself is a little chatty at the beginning, but that's okay. It's got a nice rainbow, so we can excuse it, right? Cool, so at least I'm not chatting anything in the console log anymore. Let's turn off the water. And we get that error, and that's the only thing we get. And the water is static. I turn the water back on. There was a glitch in the visual, and that's probably corresponds to this invalid operation for WebGL. But how much do I really care about it? Yeah, it got glitchy. Oh, there was that happened. Wonder why that happened. That shouldn't have happened. Maybe it's on. Okay, one more thing then. Yeah, and it's mad at me now. Too many errors. Don't report it anymore. Is that because I'm doing a tile updated? Tile update doesn't go through the same thing? No, it doesn't add. Oh, but does the remove first? We might need to turn off. Well, we might need to say we're loading when we remove the tile set, right? Yeah, this doesn't unload. This removes textures that we might still be using. But we are doing an add. The add is what calls load, and the load is what sets this flag. So we should not try to do any phaser operations. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, I guess it's not fully fixed, so I won't check this in yet. But yeah, I'm running out of time. You can insert those OMG. You open the console. If people direct you to paste, write something, don't do it. By the way, we're hiring. You mean what they show when you do npm? What is it? When you install something with npm or npm install or whatever, then all of the what is it? Core.js author is still looking for a job. Does it still print that? I always feel bad when I see that. I'm like, he still doesn't have a job. When you open the console in the web browser. Yeah, I know what you mean. You just reminded me of what npm prints out, like when you do stuff, and it's like, oh, why are you being so chatty on the console? You're saying it should just say that, right? If people direct you to paste or write something there, because it's what is that called? That kind of hacking? I forget the term, but that's one way you can get hacked is if you're fooled into doing something that lets someone that compromises the security, right? Okay, I think I'm done for the day, and I'm happy I got this palette thing. A lot easier to preload stuff I'm going to draw with. I could improve this a little bit by maybe making some more mouse gestures to set directional tiles and change the depth and stuff like that. Maybe I'll do that next time. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, probably refining this a bit more, and maybe solving some bugs while we're at it. And yeah, in the meantime, I hope you guys have an awesome rest of your day. I'm gonna go look for someone to raid right now. So I'm looking at my following list. Let's see who is streaming right now. Oh, Tim was here earlier. And did he just start? He started 7 minutes ago. Perfect timing. All right. So let me make sure I'm not seeing an ad. Okay. And oh, thank you for that follow. We're gonna head out and check out Tim's stream. So Tim Bodette was in my stream earlier. He said hi. He's also a game developer streaming his work live on Twitch, and he's also using C++. His is not a multiplayer online RPG, but his games are more racing oriented. And his engine is called Turtle Brains, and he's got nice graphics that goes along with it. And looks like today he's working on level design. I'm looking at a page of C++ code. Yay! It's a language that I like. Let's go say hi to Tim. Okay, I'm gonna hit the raid button now. And I'm hearing myself, which is distracting. Let me turn off my own speaker. There we go. Starting the raid. All right. So, hope you had a pleasant time watching the stream, and I hope you'll be back tomorrow. I should be back 10 a.m. Pacific. That's like 1800 UTC. In the meantime, hope you enjoy Tim's stream. And yeah, thank you, and see you later, Nui. And everyone else, see you, that noob. And thank you for everybody who helped me out today. I really appreciate it. I can't thank you enough. So until next time, have a pleasant day. Bye.